Cashin, your destination for springtime fuel. Bluegrass fans, something bugging you? Let Guardian Termite and Pest Control help you today. Since 1996, Guardian has been servicing the southern Maryland area, making customer service their #1 priority, and proud to have grown to be one of the area's largest pest control firms. Visit Guardian's website for more information, or give them a call for a free inspection at 1-800-949-0223. Capital Area Orthopedics is proud to have been the team orthopedic physicians for the Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. They're looking forward to a healthy and successful 2016 season with the new manager, Jeremy Owens. Dr. Ferraro, Dr. Trent, and Dr. Love are located off of Washington Avenue in La Plata, Maryland. Myers Auto Service in Waldorf has been part of the Southern Maryland community for 52 years. Family owned and operated, Myers is the place to take your car. Offering early bird drop-off and late night pickup, Myers is a full service repair facility offering 24-hour towing and Maryland State inspections. Bring your tasty stuff from tonight's game and save up to $50. One call does it all. Fine Landscape. They've been in business for over 8 years, providing professional services for customers who demand perfection in the DMV area. They can create an outdoor environment that is beyond your imagination, from planting a tree to building a patio. By the way, while they're there, they can remove your junk too. Please call them now at 240-715-2006. Milton Morgan's team will be there to assist you. pediatric and adult dental services, and so much more. We're now accepting Maryland Medicaid and out-of-town residents. Conveniently located at 3070 Crane Highway, Suite 101, Waldorf, Maryland. Call 301-645-3556 today to make us your medical team and dental home. That's 301-645-3556. Can't wait to hear from you. Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington is proud to be working in and with the communities of Charles, Calvert, and St. Mary's counties for many decades to serve our neighbors in need. Our work includes the Southern Maryland Food Bank, our Share Food Network, a domestic violence shelter, a re-entry program for returning citizens, and much more. Last year alone, we helped more than 10,000 people in the Tri-County area. If you need help or if you want to volunteer in your community, visit CatholicCharitiesDC.org/SOND.
You want to hear the ironic coincidence of today? We were also here when Michael Jackson died.
No. No, last time. No, this time.
Yeah, that was my point.
That was goodbye. I was a kid. She died.
Blue Crabs fans, the Blue Crabs would like to thank Apple Spice Junction. Right-handed pitcher, Cody Upton. Right-handed pitcher, Sean Garceau. Right-handed pitcher, Orlando Santos.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the
At first base, number 29, Zach Wilson. In left field, number 1, Fred Lewis. Designated hitter, number 16, Michael Snyder. At second,
Crabs manager, Jeremy Owens. J.O., first question I want to get the answer to. How much did you sleep last night?
You know, surprisingly, I slept very well. We had a workout last night. My family's been in town, so I got to hang out with my boys, and we worked out and played. I even had about 5 or 6 guys wanted extra stuff after our workout. So, believe it or not, I hit that bed and I went right to sleep. Didn't wake up till about 9 o'clock this morning. So it was a lot more relaxing than I thought it would be.
Yeah. A lot of guys from last year have returned. A lot of guys from last year have not returned. It's a new mix of guys here. What do you see from your standpoint with how the guys are gelling together here with the guys from last year, but also with the new guys this year?
I tell you what, I think this has been one of the years I've been in baseball, how new players and returning players have mixed very well. I think it's been a very smooth transition for everybody. I think this clubhouse, the camaraderie in there right now is very strong. Everybody is, there's, people getting their little clicks here and there. We don't have that, man, and it's awesome right now. And, as the season goes, roommates stay together. I understand that. Road roommates stay together like that. I mean, but the clubhouse is jailed very well, and I'm excited for all this to happen for all those guys out there. And time's going to tell what happens.
Blue Crabs manager Jeremy Owens joining us here. When you were constructing the pitching staff and signing guys throughout the winter, Blue Crabs actually have the most former big leaguers on their pitching staff at 7. Was there a certain factor that you were looking at when you were putting together this pitching staff?
I can't say I had a special formula or I wanted to set this up, this certain way. Me and Bill would talk a little bit. I wanted to start the year with 14 guys. I was looking for 2 lefties in the pen. Wasn't for certain if I was going to have 2 lefty starters. That kind of played itself out as names came available and names come across the desk. I think this year, with guys, the new guys coming in, I think the crop of guys we coming in here, we're very fortunate to have the type of caliber of guys we have, and I can't wait to get them all out there, get them underneath the lights. Some real, some meaningful games now. So I can't wait to see what happens.
Did you get all the looks that you needed to from guys like maybe a Gary Brown or Steve Lombardozzi in spring training?
They came late, and I'll tell you, those 2 particular gentlemen, they're professionals. They know what this game's about. They also had a 2-month spring training they got to prepare for. But back to, they're professionals. They know what it takes to get ready for a season. They had preparation. Those are going to be my silent leaders. I think those guys are going to be major contributors to this club, and that's why Brown's at the top of the list, and as of right now, it's why Steve is in that 2-hole.
We're talking with Blue Crabs manager Jeremy Owens, and Jeremy, looking at the schedule, it's a lot different from last year, at least for the first homestand. There's a couple of off days in a row, Sunday, Monday. Does that put a snag in your routine, and also your team's routine?
Well, it can. Obviously, it creates a void for your starting rotation a little bit. Me and Bill talked about a situation of the way these 3 doubleheaders in the first 2 weeks.
Right.
The off days kind of offset that in a sense, and I had this idea, doubleheader, 6-man rotation the first month. We just planned for the worst. We didn't know how things might work out, so I had that kind of plan in the back of my mind. We also have running that 5-man out there, and then those 2 off days, it's just guys going to have to get skipped, or have an extra 2 days rest, which can come in handy with double headers, and it might even work out even better now with the one snag we had through spring training.
Right. Last question, Jeremy, before I let you go. What most do you want to do here in the opening part of the year as a new manager? It's obviously a new experience for you, hitting coach the last 2 years. What's your plan here that you want to do specifically as the new manager?
I want to set an atmosphere for this team to show up every day to get better. Wins and losses will take care of themselves. I want to be able to be there for this team if they want extra ground balls, an extra side if they need it. Just have a structure for these guys to set them up put them in a situation where they can succeed, and that's on and off the field. Preparing themselves. So, I want guys to know that I'm just not here to see if I can win some ball games. I'm here to be a guy that helps these guys get to the next level. Because the guy I'm facing tonight over in the other dugout helped me, and he helped me kind of get to where I'm at today. Allowing more doors to open for me to stay in this game of baseball, and that's what I want these guys to. I want them to have that.
Next up is Cynthia Higginbotham, American Red Cross of Southern Maryland Volunteer of the Year.
And we thank Jeremy Owens here tonight, joining us on Owens' Point of View. We're going to really enjoy talking with him before every home game here this season. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll give you the starting lineups for tonight's ball game between the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Ben.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a jersey auction presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Section 22 will never be the same.
Welcome back inside Regency Furniture Stadium. I'm Jim Tarbo. Okay, great to talk to you all again. The Lancaster Barnstormers and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are getting set to play Game 1 of a 4-game series. It's opening night here in Southern Maryland and across the Atlantic League. These two teams facing off for the first of 20 matchups between the clubs here in 2016. Moment of silence down on the field.
Fans, please remain standing and welcome Leonardtown High School's Bella Voce as they honor America with the singing of the national anthem.
For the Lord was we
great job on the national anthem. Well, the Blue Crabs last year leaving a bad taste in the mouths of everybody involved with the Barnstormers after Southern Maryland defeated Lancaster in the Freedom Division Series last year. Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups brought to you by Legal ID Shield. First for the Lancaster Barnstormers, leading off and playing center field will be Travis Witherspoon. Caleb Gindel is the right fielder, and he is batting second. Josh Bell bats third, and he is playing third base. Mike McDade cleans up, batting fourth, and he is at first. Mike Jacobs is the designated hitter tonight, and he is batting fifth. Kevin Arenz is batting sixth. He's playing short. Charlie Cutler is the catcher, and Charlie is batting seventh. Michael Kraus is the left fielder, batting eighth, and rounding out the starting nine for Butch Hobson's team here tonight will be the second baseman, Jeff Coburnus. Over on the other side for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, the 2015 Freedom Division champions, Gary Brown is in center field. He leads off. Steve Lombardozzi is the shortstop, and he is batting second. Zach Wilson bats third, and he is playing first base. Fred Lewis is cleaning up here tonight, batting fourth and playing left. The DH is Michael Snyder. He bats fifth. Bryant Nelson bats sixth, and he is playing second base. Jamar Walton is batting seventh. He's the right fielder. Angel Flores catches, batting eighth, and Eric Garcia is over there at third base. And Eric is batting ninth. Tonight's pitching matchup has right-hander Darrell Thompson throwing for Southern Maryland. Thompson 7-7 last year, a 3.87 ERA in 17 starts, 3-3, a 2.82 ERA in 9 games and starts against Lancaster. Over on the other side for the Barnstormers starting tonight, the right-hander Brian Evans. Evans 1-2 last year with Lancaster, 6.04 ERA. He also pitched in New Britain for the bulk of his season, 2015, went 6-5, a 3.33 ERA through 7 innings, allowing 3 hits, striking out 6 back on May 3rd of last year in his only career start against the Blue Crabs. We'll step aside. We'll return with more. First pitch coming right up. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the 5th inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Coming out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
The 1950s are out.
Legal ID Shield continues the mission of providing legal protection to millions of members in 49 states and 49 Canadian provinces. Their network of dedicated lawyers works diligently to keep businesses, individuals, and their families safe. For more information, call Marcellus and Jeanette Boulware at 571-337-3588 or log on to LegalShield.com. That's LegalShield.com/Boulware-MJ. Let's give you tonight's Regency Furniture Stadium field dimensions. 310 down the left field line, 325 to the triangular corner down the right field line, 375 to the alleyway in left center, 385 to the alleyway with a slight indent in right center. 405 from home plate to the 12-foot high fence, covered by a dark green tarp, and straightaway center field. The Mini Monster painted in green. Now the Grill 13 Mini Monster in left field with the manual scoreboard painted in white, operated right in the center. The big video board hovering behind the mini grass hill in right center field. Beautiful green grass in the infield and the outfield with the maroon gravel warning track surrounding the outer edge of the ballpark, and the Blue Crabs logo as customary directly behind the home plate area. Great job as always by our grounds crew to get this field prepared. Tonight's umpiring crew behind the plate will be Brian Child tonight. Donald Mayer is at first, and Tyler Thurmond is the third base umpire. The umpires wearing the black shirts with the gray pants tonight. It's a good look. It is kind of hot, though, I think, for black shirts. Let's take a look at tonight's weather really quickly here. Mostly cloudy, 75 degrees, 48% humidity. Winds to the north about 2 miles per hour, blowing out straight away to center field, one of the deepest parts of this ballpark. So we're just about ready to get going here. Jeremy Owens, accompanied by his sons, out at home plate talking with all three umpires and opposing manager Butch Hobson. Big crowd expected here tonight. A good crowd expected all weekend long here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs and the Barnstormers doing battle for 4 games this weekend. Game 1 tonight, Game 2 tomorrow, 7:05, and then a doubleheader on Saturday with Game 1 at 6:05, starting at 6:05, and then Game 2 30 minutes after the completion of Game 1. 6:05 start for Game 1, and then 30 minutes after for game number 2. And both ball games that night will be 7 innings. We'll take one more quick break. When we get back, Blue Crabs just about ready to hit the field. When we get back, we'll have the first pitch for you between the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. You are listening to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Broadcast Network, presented by Legal ID Shield. Back here at Regency Furniture Stadium, Jim Tarabokia here with you tonight. Lancaster, Southern Maryland ready to do battle here as we wrap up the pregame. Daryl Thompson on the mound tonight for the Blue Crabs. Daryl just finished up his warm-up tosses in the bullpen, made that walk down to the third base side dugouts. He is ready to take the field along with his teammates. And speaking of teammates, a couple of new guys have joined the Blue Crabs within the last week and right in the middle of spring training. 2 of those guys, keep an eye out for here tonight, Gary Brown and Steve Lombardozzi. They're batting number 1 and number 2 in the batting order tonight for Southern Maryland. Both guys with Major League experience, Lombardozzi with a little bit more Major League experience than Gary Brown. Blue Crabs also making another transaction on Monday as they sent Brandon Paulson to the Joliet Slammers of the Frontier League. That was on Monday in a trade for, it's that rule of future considerations type rule where the Blue Crabs will get something in return a little bit later on. But Brandon Paulson is no longer with the Blue Crabs. They did add 3 guys yesterday to the roster. Tim Sexton has been re-signed. He actually was in camp with the Orioles in Florida. John DeZamba was signed. He had some time in various independent professional baseball organizations in different leagues throughout the United States. And Adrian Martinez was also officially signed yesterday to a contract. So those 3 guys are officially on the Blue Crabs roster. And they will possibly see some time. And I think Adrian Martinez will have the best chance of seeing some time here in the early going. And I say that because right now the Blue Crabs have just 2 catchers on their roster. The other one is Angel Flores. Blue Crabs have taken the field. We'll have the first pitch coming right up.
Put your hands together for your
The Blue Crabs have taken the field, wearing the home white jerseys with the white pants, the blue and white caps with the navy blue brim, Blue Crabs lettering across the chest, blue numbers on the backs, positioned in the third base side dugout, managed by first-year manager Jeremy Owens. Defensively, here's how they line up. Fred Lewis is in left, Gary Brown is in center, Jamar Walton is in right, Eric Garcia is playing third base, Steve Lombardozzi is at short, Bryant Nelson is the second baseman, Zach Wilson plays first, Angel Flores is behind the plate, and on the mound is the right-hander Darryl Thompson. Barnstormers tonight with the red Cardinal jerseys with gray pants, wearing the red caps here this evening, positioned in the first base side dugout, managed by former Blue Crabs manager Butch Hobson. Blue Crabs begin their defense of the Freedom Division crown here tonight. And over on the other side, the Barnstormers, 7-4 in season openers, all time 2-3 under their manager Butch Hobson. We're ready for baseball. Travis Witherspoon will lead things off. It'll be Witherspoon, Gindle, and Josh Bell. Thanks for joining us on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Witherspoon, the center fielder, digs in right side against Darryl Thompson, who winds, kicks, and fires. In for a strike with a fastball over the inside corner, and we are underway. First pitch of the 2016 season at 7:07. Thompson winds up. Here comes an 0-1. Swing and a miss. A high fastball. And Thompson has come out throwing strikes. It is quickly 0-2 to Witherspoon with Gindle on deck. The outfielders play medium depth. The lights are on here at the park. Relatively humid night. Here's the 0-2. Upstairs with a fastball. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last year, Thompson, 7-7, a 3.87 ERA. Joined the Blue Crabs on June 20th, made his first start against Camden, returning from Mexico. The 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Struck him out. And a good start for Darryl Thompson. Witherspoon down on strikes. And there's one away and a scoreless top of the first. Here comes Caleb Gindle, the right fielder, to the plate. Gindle, left-handed batter. Thompson works off the third base edge. Garcia even with the bag at third. The wind and the pitch. Swing and a fly ball lifted high in the air to shallow right. Nelson backpedaling from second, gives way to the charging Walton. And the right fielder makes a one-hand catch. Easy start here for Darryl Thompson. 2 up, 2 down. Scoreless game, nobody on base. And now it's Josh Bell slowly walking his way to the plate, adjusting the red batting gloves. Here's some boos in the crowd tonight. It is packed here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Ballpark looks great. The concourse was actually just repainted to a grayish color. It really sticks out well. Thompson peers over the black glove. He's into the wind. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul straight back over the screen, and that's out of play. Josh Bell had 7 hits in spring training action. Switch hitter batting from the left side. 6'4", 265 pounds. 0-1. Downstairs with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Thompson with a slider, a changeup, and a fastball. Fastball right around 88 to 90 miles per hour. Pretty simple repertoire from Darryl. He's been with the Blue Crabs since 2012. The pitch. Swing and a grounder pulled foul outside of first. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Josh Bell. Mike McDade is on deck if Bell were to reach. Nobody on base. Scoreless game here in the top of the first inning. Bell climbs back in left side, manicures the dirt. Harry Brown, the center fielder, shaded a smidge towards right center. Walton, Lewis, medium depth in right and left respectively. The turn, the kick, the delivery home. Down and in the dirt, kicks by Flores. A breaking ball missing from Thompson. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Josh Bell. Last year for Lancaster, they struggled in the first half. And they battled it out with York in the second half. Eventually Lancaster winning the second half Freedom Division. 2-2. Swing and a pop foul. Backing out of play towards the third base side. They faced off against the Blue Crabs in the Freedom Division Series and ended up falling 3-1. They actually fell into, as a whole, an offensive slump. They hit under 220 in that series. Thompson off the third base edge, looking for his second strikeout. Oh, the open stance left side. Hands in front of the chest with the black bat. Thompson into the wind. Kicks and delivers. Swing and a pop-up. Back behind the plate and foul ground. Flores ripping off the mask as he watches it sail over the screen and out of play. So good at bat here by Josh Bell, staying alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Scoreless, infant stages of this one. We're in the top of the first. Bell from Tempe, Arizona. Thompson into the wind. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a ground ball pulled to second. 3 steps to his left goes Nelson. He's got it. Tosses to first. And the inning is over. Easy 1-2-3 inning for Darryl Thompson. Moving on to the bottom half of the first inning. Lancaster failing to score at the top of the first. Blue Crabs coming to bat. We're scoreless on the legal ID Shield. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone. No matter how much money you have, Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BoweirMJ.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Bottom half of the first inning, Barnstormers failing to score in the top of the inning. And defensively, here's how they line up. Michael Kraus is in left. Travis Witherspoon is the center fielder. Caleb Gindel is in right. Josh Bell is playing third base. Kevin Arenz is the shortstop. Jeff Cobertis is at second. Mike McDade is over there playing first. Charlie Cutler, a very good defensive catcher, is behind the plate. And on the mound is the right-handed pitcher, Brian Evans. Evans last year with Lancaster and also New Britain. He started the season with Lancaster and was picked up by the Minnesota Twins, assigned to, at the time, AA New Britain, and went 6-5 with a 3.33 ERA in 12 games and 12 starts at the AA level. He's got the big beard going. I thought he would be shaved and ready to go for the season, but looks like he's been growing that beard since January. Blue Crabs will send Gary Brown, Steve Lombardozzi, and Zach Wilson to the plate. 1, 2, 3 in the order. Gary Brown, the center fielder with a lot of speed, climbing in on the right side against the right-handed pitcher, Brian Evans. Bell is even with the bag at third. Evans off the first base edge of the rubber. Scoreless game. McDade even with the bag at first. The pitch. Fastball low and outside for ball one. Harry Brown not wearing any batting gloves. In the cage, working on some things right before batting practice. 1-0. Swing and a miss right through a fastball. Evans with a pretty good fastball, right around 86 to 89 miles per hour. Brown in his 7th professional season, first year in the Atlantic League. He was signed by Southern Maryland just last week on April 17th. The pitch. Fastball hit in the air to right center field and shallow. Witherspoon racing in, calling off Gindel. And Travis, the center fielder in the gap, makes a one-hand catch.
Next up, number 8.
Steve Lombardozzi will come to the plate with one out. Nobody on base. Lombardozzi, the shortstop. Switch hitter, batting from the left side. Lombardozzi talking with home plate umpire Brian Child. Now climbs in as Evans works off the first base edge. He winds and fires. Fastball, a little bit high for ball one. Evans 6'4", 210 pounds. From up here, he doesn't look all that tall, but I actually got a chance to see him in the clubhouse earlier today. And he is a pretty tall guy when you get up next to him. He's from Mission Viejo, California. Outside target from Cutler, the 1-0. Fastball, Lombardozzi looks it over. It's a called strike, clipping the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fans continuing to file into their seats here. Front gates were packed today. They actually opened up at 5:30. Evans winds and fires. Lombardozzi takes inside with a fastball at the belt. Nobody on base. Scoreless game, 1 out in the home half of the first inning. Zach Wilson is waiting on deck. Lombardozzi with that calm, cool stance left side. The pitch. In the dirt, down and in. Skips by Cutler into the backstop. And a good hitter's count here for Steve at 3 balls and 1 strike. Lombardozzi, like his teammate Gary Brown, was signed relatively late in spring training. Signed back on April 16th. 3-1. Swinging a ground ball pulled to second. Hobernis slides to his left. He gloves on the back edge of the dirt and tosses to first. Quickly 2 up, 2 down.
Number 29.
And here comes Zach Wilson to the plate.
Zach Wilson.
Wilson with the same walkout music that he had last year. One of the catchiest tunes on the team last year. He's the first baseman, bats from the right side. He had a great year last year. He was an all-star in the Atlantic League. Ended the year hitting .291 with 55 RBIs. Evans looking for the 1-2-3 inning meanwhile. The pitch. A little bit low and outside. Didn't miss by much as Wilson looked it over. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Zach, who's also sporting a beard. White batting glove, straightaway stance on the right side. Outfielders play straightaway, relatively shallow. 1-0. In there for a strike over the inside corner. The ball was really flying out, especially to left field during batting practice, but the wind has died down, and even when it has started, it's blown out to straightaway center. 2 outs, nobody on, 1-1. Taken a little bit low, a fastball. Good eye by Wilson, 2 balls and 1 strike. Wilson last year on opening night against Somerset was hitless, but he hit the ball hard every time he was up. And in the second half, offensively, he really carried the Blue Crabs. Here's the wind and the 2-1. Swinging a line drive into right. Gindel heading back to his left towards the corner, reaches up and makes a one-hand catch 3 feet from the warning track. An easy 1-2-3 inning for Brian Evans. At the end of 1 inning of play, the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs are scoreless. Top half of the second inning coming up on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Both teams held scoreless in the first inning, top half of the second. Darrell Thompson set the Barnstormers down in order 1-2-3. And here in the top of the second, he will face Mike McDade, Mike Jacobs, and Kevin Arends. 4-5-6 in the order, scoreless game. Thompson with a strikeout back in the first. Mike McDade, switch hitter, climbing in on the left side against the right-hander, Darrell Thompson. Here's the wind and the pitch. In the dirt, kicks by Flores. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. A mini shift right now on in the infield for the Blue Crabs on Mike McDade. The shortstop Lombardozzi is just to the left of second, playing on the back edge of the dirt. Meanwhile, the third baseman Garcia swung over towards the shortstop position. 1-0. A little bit low with a changeup. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Nelson in his normal position at second, Wilson deep at first. Gary Brown relatively deep in center, shaded towards right center. The kick, the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. Very nice from Darrell Thompson. He pulled the string on Mike McDade, who looks up to the sky, adjusts the batting gloves, and climbs right back in, back of the left-handed batter's box. 2 balls and 1 strike. Thompson peering over the black glove. Turns, kicks, and fires. In the dirt, another changeup. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike to Mike McDade, who, including his time with the Barnstormers, since 2007 in his professional baseball career, he has 103 home runs. In fact, he actually led the Florida State League in home runs one year. He's a guy with a lot of power. The kick, the 3-1. Swing and a ball hooked in the air along the right field line, 3 men converging. Long run for Nelson, crossing into foul territory from second, and it twists out of play, first row into the seats. Walton came in from right as well. Tough play for all 3 of those guys, and Wilson, Nelson, and Walton. And now the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, Mike McDade, 103 home runs in his professional baseball career. I mentioned he led the Florida State League in homers in 2010. He was also tied for 3rd in the Eastern League in the doubles category in 2011. He can really hit. There's always questions about his defense, but last year he was a pretty good defender. The payoff. Down and in, ball 4. Kicks off the glove of Flores as McDade walks. First free pass issued here tonight by Darrell Thompson.
Number 9.
Here comes Mike Jacobs to the plate. Barnstormers have their first base runner. Scoreless game here in the top half of the second. Jacobs, the designated hitter. He bats from the left side. Takes his time getting into the box. Defense goes back to normal. Lombardozzi at his shortstop position as Thompson leans at the waist. Comes set. Here's the pitch. A little bit high for ball 1. McDade with a small lead over there at first. He only has 5 stolen bases in his professional career. He is held on by Zach Wilson. As Jacobs, a guy who spent 7 seasons at the big league level, climbs back in. The pitch. In there for a strike. I remember watching Mike Jacobs when I was in high school, and his best year came, I think anyway, in 2007. He was with, at the time, the Florida Marlins. He had 32 home runs that year. That was a career high for him at the major league level. And you know what? He has the same stance that he had back then. 1-1. up high with a fastball. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. He had a lot of power. And remember when the Marlins played in, I'm going to call it Pro Player Stadium because I don't know what it's called now. It changes every year. But I remember when they played in that ballpark, it is huge. And he had 32 home runs that season. The 2-1. Swinging a foul back to the screen. He had a good cut right there on that fastball. And now the count levels to 2-2. McDade over at first. Scoreless game. We're in the top half of the second inning. On deck, Kevin Arends. Thompson looking for strikeout number 2. Leaning at the waist. Black glove. Hanging on the left thigh. Now he sets. Chest high. Runner not going. The pitch. Swing and a line drive ripped in the right center field. Long run for Brown. Circling over to his left. He dives head first. And he's unable to make the play as it goes under his glove and up against the base of the wall. McDade is being waved around third. He will score without a play. Into second base standing is Mike Jacobs. And the DH coming through for the Barnstormers. An RBI double. And it is 1-0 Lancaster here in the top half of the second inning.
Next up, tonight's
That was ripped, a fastball on the inner half. And Mike Jacobs responsible for the first hit of the ball game for the Barnstormers and for either team. Here's Kevin Arends. Runner in scoring position, 1-0 Barnstormers, still nobody out. Arends, the right-handed hitting shortstop. Gary Brown with a good effort, by the way, out there in center. Check of the runner. Now the pitch. Swing and a pop foul off to the right and out of play. Brown with a lot of speed. And we have talked about that in spring training when these two teams faced off last Sunday. But Brown right there diving head first, popped under his glove, and he was unable to make the play. That was a tough play for anybody. It was a line drive bullet. It hung up there in the air longer than I thought it would. Good effort by Brown, but still unable to make that diving catch. 0-1. Fastball up and in towards the hands of Arends. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to the shortstop. This inning starting with the Mike McDade walk. And he scored all the way from first as Jacobs takes his lead off of second base. Thompson sets. Looks in at his catcher Flores. Checks the runner at second. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. A high breaking ball, and Arends a little bit late on it. And the Houston, Texas native is down the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Arends was the Blue Jays' first-round pick, 16th overall in 2007. Kevin last year in the Southern League, AA Mississippi in the Braves organization. Check of the runner twice. Thompson delivers home. Down and away with a slow breaking ball. And it's leveled at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's 7 seasons Arends did in the Toronto organization and then 2 in the Atlanta Braves organization. No wind to speak of here at the ballpark. Lights on. Twilight sky up above. Check of the runner. Jacobs the lead, the 2-2. Fastball lined into left center field. It's trouble. It falls down, touching onto the grass and rolling up against the base of the wall. Jacobs chugging around third. He will jog home and score. Arends into second base standing. Back-to-back doubles as Kevin switches places with Mike. And it's 2-0 Barnstormers. Lancaster has figured out Darrell Thompson here in the top half of the second inning. Now it's Charlie Cutler. Two 2-0 Barnstormers. Cutler climbs in. Left-handed batter. Thompson still has not recorded an out here in the top of the second. Now the set, the pitch on the way. Fastball up high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Thompson, 30 years of age. 6'1", 185 pounds. Brown shaded a smidge towards right center. Here's the check, and now the pitch. Swing and a fly ball into shallow left. Lewis moving over to his right towards the line, and Fred puts the squeeze on it with two hands. And there's one out. Michael Kraus will come to the plate. The left fielder taking his time, getting into the box. 2-0 Barnstormers. Back-to-back doubles by Jacobs and Arenz. Mike McDade started the rally with a walk. Arenz still at second base. Kraus, the left fielder, climbs in on the right side. Thompson bending at the waist. Now he sets, checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. In for a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. This is the third time these two teams since 2008 are facing off on opening night against one another. These two clubs played in 2008, the first ever game here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Now a kick, a turn, and a fake throw to second, chasing the runner Arenz back to the second base bag. In fact, at the time, Lancaster's manager, present day, Butch Hobson, who is currently standing in the third base side coach's box, was the Blue Crabs manager. Check of the runner twice, 0-1. Little bit inside. An off-speed pitch and a good eye by Michael Kraus with Jeff Copernis on deck. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Crabs winning opening night against Lancaster in 2012. Next offering, a swing and a pop foul off first. Wilson crossing into foul territory. Outside the coach's box on the grass, and Zach makes a 2-hand catch.
Next up, number 8, second baseman.
Here's Jeff Copernis to try to keep the inning alive. Barnstormers up 2-0. 2 outs. We're in the top half of the second inning. That was a big pitch right there from Darrell Thompson, getting Kraus to pop up foul. And now Jeff Copernis, second baseman, bats from the right side. Outfielder shade towards right center. Check of the runner. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul back into the screen. I think if you look at Lancaster coming into this season and a Butch Hobson managed team, he does not like to lose to Southern Maryland. He doesn't like to lose to anybody, but he doesn't like to lose especially to Southern Maryland, a former team that he managed. He had a very good time here in this organization, but losing in the playoffs last year really stung him, and he went out this year to try to get guys that could win it all. Here's a swing on the next offering and a ground ball to third. Garcia with a backhand pick, fires it across the diamond to first, and the inning is over, but the Barnstormers with 2 runs on 2 hits, back-to-back doubles by Jacobs and Arenz, and 1 man left in scoring position. We head to the bottom half of the second. Barnstormers 2, Blue Crabs nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
All-star lineup.
Since 2013, over 1 billion records have been compromised right here in our great nation. ID Shield's comprehensive identity protection service monitors for all signs of criminal activity and gives you all the resources you need to keep your identity secure from fraud. For just $9.95 per month, ID Shield provides unlimited consultation, complete monitoring, and a $5 million service guarantee. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bower at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowerMJ.
This is Scott Snodgrass, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Lancaster with a 2-0 lead. 2 runs scored in the top half of the second inning on the doubles by Jacobs and Orenz. Blue Crabs set down in order 1, 2, 3 in the home half of the first. 4, 5, 6 coming to the plates. Fred Lewis, Michael Snyder, and Bryant Nelson. Lewis, the left fielder. Climbs in left side. He's got the navy blue helmet on with the lime green batting gloves and the lime green cleats. Says hello to Brian Chow, the home plate umpire. Second inning of work for Brian Evans, who stares in at the plate. Now he kicks and delivers. Swing and a foul tip right at the plate. A big cut by Fred Lewis. He just uncorked and tipped it foul, 0-1. Lewis last year led the team in strikeouts, 130 strikeouts overall, but he also led the team in walks, which kind of brings me to thinking that he could be in the leadoff spot sometime maybe in May or June if the Blue Crabs struggle offensively. Here's an 0-1 fastball up and in, straightening up the body of Fred. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Lewis last year played in 118 games, 238 batting average, and the 60 walks to lead the Blue Crabs. 1-1. Up and away with a changeup. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Fred. With those 60 walks last year. Finished the campaign 3rd overall in the Atlantic League. In his 15th professional season. The 2-1. Swing and a fly ball. Twisting foul up the left field side. And out of play. On deck is Michael Snyder, 2-0 Barnstormers. Fred all smiles in camp during spring training. Right from the get-go seemed prime and ready to go. Evans into the wind, the 2-2. Swung on, a foul tip right at the plates. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I mentioned with Fred, he can bat in the leadoff spot because he gets on base and puts together great at-bats, but he can also bat in the middle of the order as well, as he is here tonight, batting 4th. Last year on opening night, he was actually batting 5th in Stan Clyburn's lineup. Inside targets, here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive to left. Krause a step in, now he backpedals back and makes a one-hand catch, 7 steps from the track. Lewis hit that one right on the nose.
Number 16, designated
But Krause was able to make that grab, and now Michael Snyder will come to the plate. Blue Crabs still hitless here in the game. Down 2-0 to the Barnstormers, and Michael Snyder. Oh, the name sounds familiar. The brother of Brandon Snyder, who started the season with the Blue Crabs last year and then was signed by the Orioles. Michael Snyder, right-handed batter. His family was watching his batting practice today. Evans into the wind. Here's the pitch. In for a strike with a fastball, clipping the outside corner. And he put on a show, Snyder did, in batting practice. He hit, I'd say, about 5 over the Growth 13 Mini Monster today. And then he hit a couple out to left center field as well. The turn, the kick, the 0-1. Bounced foul, third base side near the on-deck circle. I think with Snyder, he resembles a guy who, throughout his Blue Crabs tenure in the past, could really hit. That guy is Kyle Hankard. I think he has the size of Kyle Hankard. He bats from the right side. And he has a very similar stance and swing to Hankard as well. And he's got that obvious power. The power that comes easy to you. The ball really jumps off his bat. The 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss ahead of a changeup. First strikeouts for Brian Evans. And now Bryant Nelson will come to the plate with nobody on base. 2 outs, 2-0 Barnstormers here in the home half of the second inning. Nelson takes his time getting to the home plate area. Switch hitter batting left, playing second base. Veteran, 42 years of age. Evans delivers home. In for a strike with a changeup over the outer third. Nelson with the pants rolled up to the knees, showing off the navy blue socks. He's had a fine baseball career. Very decorated resume. The pitch. Blowing away. 1 ball and 1 strike. 23rd professional season. He's the oldest tenured Blue Crab player on the roster. Enters his 11th season here in the Atlantic League alone. 1-1. Fastball and a big cut and a miss. And Evans has that fastball working. Good velocity to it, right around 88 to 90 miles per hour here tonight. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on, 2-0 Barnstormers, last of the second. Evans has retired the first 5 batters he has faced. The pitch, high and tight. A fastball as Nelson backs out of the way, and it's 2-2. The outfielders shaded towards left center field. Evans off the first base edge, looking for back-to-back Ks, the 2-2 offering. Outside and low. Nelson with a chance to work his way on, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The on-deck hitter is Jamar Walton. Evans into the wind, the 3-2. Swung on, fouled back into the net. Nelson, you can always expect to have a good at-bat. He's a smart hitter. He's been around this game for 23 years. I was talking to a scout friend of mine before the game today, and he mentioned Bryant Nelson, and he could see Bryant Nelson whenever he does decide to retire. He had a lot of nice things to say about Bryant, but when he decides to retire, you can see him being a coach, which I can see as well, just the way he carries himself in the clubhouse. 3-2 swing and a pop foul back behind the plate. Cutler taking off the mask as he watches it sail over the screen and out of play over our heads. Three balls and 2 strikes. 2-0 Barnstormers. Home half of the second inning. The right fielder, Gindel, is relatively deep. He's about 15 steps from the warning track. Evans off the first base edge into the wind. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, bounced over the mound, softly hit towards short. Orenz charges, gloves in front of second. Off balance throw to first is in time to get Nelson. And the side is retired. An easy 1-2-3 inning for Evans, who has retired 6 straight. At the end of 2 innings of play, it is the Lancaster Barnstormers 2 and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from social security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
There they are, fans. That is our
Barnstormers with a 2-0 lead as we move on to the top half of the third inning. 2 runs scored back in that top of the second. Back-to-back doubles by Mike Jacobs and Kevin Orenz. Top of the order coming up against the right-hander Darrell Thompson, who has a strikeout here in the game. He's also walked a guy and has allowed 2 hits.
Next up, Travis Witherspoon.
It'll be Witherspoon, Gindel, and Bell. Travis Witherspoon, right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. Travis looks it over, a called strike at the knees. Witherspoon, 6'1", 195-pounder, 27 years of age, from Sumter, South Carolina. Thompson winds up, the 0-1. A little bit low with a changeup. 1 ball and 1 strike. Witherspoon drafted by the Angels in the 12th round in 2009. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, bounced weakly foul towards the on-deck circle on the third base side. And now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Witherspoon struck out swinging his first time up. Thompson wipes the sweat off his brow. The 6'1", 185-pounder from La Plata, Maryland. Speaking of the homegrown theme, here's the 1-2. Breaking ball lined softly into left center field, and that falls down in front of Brown for a base hit. Gary playing it on one bounce in the gap. Big turnaround first by Witherspoon. And a leadoff single here in the top half of the third. That's hit number 3 for Lancaster off Thompson this evening. Yeah, Darryl from La Plata, Maryland, 10 minutes down the road. Blue Crabs, of course, the entire organization doing the homegrown theme. There were Jeeps that brought the players out right before the first pitch from the clubhouses. Here's Gindel, the pitch. And Caleb takes a called strike over the outer third. It was a fastball. Caleb flew out to right his first time up. Left-handed batter. Not a big guy, 5'7", 210 pounds. He's from Pace, Florida. Thompson sets, letter high. The pitch. A little bit high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Watch for Witherspoon over there at first base to run. He's got 178 stolen bases in his professional career. Takes a 3-step lead off first. Wilson holds him on. Thompson sets, breaks for second. Witherspoon does, and a swing and a line drive to right. Well hit. Walton racing back, reaches up, and makes a one-hand catch. 3 steps from the track. Good play by Jamar Walton. Quickly gets it into the right side. Witherspoon racing back to first. Gindel robbed of what could have been at least a double. Good play by the veteran Jamar Walton in right. And with 1 out, a runner on, 2-0 Barnstormers, here comes Josh Bell. There's a lot of ground out there in right for any right fielder to cover because that's the biggest part of the ballpark. I always say the biggest part of the ballpark is from just where the left of the 12-foot high fence is in left center field all the way over to the right field corner. Here's a quick throw to first, and Witherspoon dives back in, head first, safe. There's a lot of ground out there to cover, and they've got Gary Brown, a speedy center fielder who can track a lot of ground. But then, of course, there's that right field no man's land. Here's the pitch to Bell, and Josh looks at a fastball down low. Switch hitter batting from the left side. He grounded out to Nelson at second his first time up. Speaking of Bryant, he pointed out to Jamar after Walton made that play. And congratulations. That was a really nice play. That was a rocket off the bats. Witherspoon, his lead off of first, not running. And the 1-0 is swung on and bounced foul outside of first. 1 ball and 1 strike to Josh Bell, not to be confused with the Josh Bell from the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. When I first saw that Josh Bell signed with the Barnstormers, I actually thought it was the Josh Bell from Pittsburgh who was tearing it up at the time in spring training. No disrespect to Josh Bell, who can really field along with hitting. Here's a swing and a fly ball along the left field line. Lewis sprinting over. It slices foul outside the chalk onto the track and up against the big Wawa sidewall. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Bell, who was drafted by the Dodgers in the 4th round of the 05 draft. Bell, a guy who also spent time at the major league level. He was with the Orioles for parts of 2 seasons, made his major league debut on July 1st of 2010 against the Oakland Athletics. Here's the set, and a quick toss to first, a quick tag by Wilson, and Witherspoon was able to dive back in, head first safely. Josh Bell, a newcomer to this Barnstormers team. Lancaster with a 2-0 lead, top half of the third, 1 out. A ball and 2 strikes as Thompson sets. Witherspoon the lead off first, breaks for second, and the pitch is swung on and lined to center. Brown moves over to his right, makes a one-hand catch. Witherspoon stopping 3/4 of the way to second, and he jogs back to first. Another ball hit right on the nose. As Bell lining out, he's 0 for 2 in the game. Witherspoon with that leadoff single, he's still at first. Here's Mike McDade, who walked and came around to score on the Mike Jacobs RBI double back in the second. We're in the top of the third inning, 2-0 Barnstormers. 2 outs, McDade switch hitter batting from the left side. Thompson coming set with the black glove, letter high. Now the pitch. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Good cut. 0-1 is the count. Thompson wipes the sweat off his brow once again. There's number 20 on his abdomen and his back. Bending at the waist. He's allowed 3 hits in the game. He's got 1 strikeout. Witherspoon the lead off first, not running, and the pitch. Upstairs with a fastball. Mike Jacobs, if the inning were to continue, is waiting on deck. Here's the set position. 2 outs, an inside target, the 1-1. Swung on, bounced over the mound towards the middle. Nelson charges from second into the baseline, gloves the hop, and tosses to first. McDade retired, and that will do it for the Barnstormers. They leave a runner on. And at the end of 2.5 innings of play, Lancaster 2, Southern Maryland nothing. This is the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network presented by Legal ID Shield.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a jersey auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Blue Crabs still looking for their first hit and their first base runner. We're in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Barnstormers with a 2-0 lead. Brian Evans has retired the first 6 hitters that he has faced. He's got a strikeout here in the game. He'll face bottom 3 in the order: Jamar Walton, Angel Flores, and Eric Garcia. Walton, the left-handed hitting right fielder who made a nice play in the top half of this inning, robbing what could have been a line drive double off the bat of Caleb Gindel. Now he climbs in against the right-hander Evans. Bryan into the wind. Here's the pitch. Fastball, foul tipped into the mitts of the catcher Cutler, and it's 0-1. Walton, an all-star last year, played all 3 outfield positions. Swung the bat well in the first half. 0-1. Fastball fouled away to the third base side into the seats. Angel Flores is on deck. Walton last year in total hit .277. Evans into the wind. The 0-2. Strike 3 called over the inside corner with a fastball. Second K for Evans. Walton not liking the call. Has a couple of words for Brian Child, the home plate umpire. Here comes Angel Flores to the plate. 2-0 Barnstormers. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard tonight, in the Atlantic League, bottom 4 in New Britain. The Stan Clyburn managed New Britain Bees. 2-1 is the score there. Revolution with the lead over New Britain. Right-handed batting Flores, the catcher. Here's the pitch. In for a strike with a fastball nipping the outside edge. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League, Bluefish Skeeters and Sugarland scoreless. And bottom of the second, 3-0 Ducks over the Patriots at TD Bank Ballpark in Somerset. The pitch. And there's a strike. Another fastball dotting the outside corner. 1 out, 2-0 Barnstormers. Last of the 3rd. Blue Crabs still looking for their first hit. Evans has come out throwing strikes. Flores Right-handed batter, the 0-2 pitch. Outside and low. Another fastball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eric Garcia is waiting on deck. Around the majors tonight, Yankees a 1-0 lead over the Athletics, top 3. Luis Severino on the mound for New York. The 1-2. Fastball lofted in the air to left field. Pretty well hit, but Kraus with a beat on it. Moves back a couple of steps and makes the catch 5 steps from the warning track.
Next up, number 10, third baseman, Eric.
2 outs, nobody on, 2-0 Barnstormers, and Eric Garcia will stand in, the number 9 hitter. Top second in Baltimore. Blue Jays a 2-1 lead over the Orioles. Chris Tillman is on the mound tonight for Baltimore. Orioles 9-4 on the year. I found it a little bit humorous and ironic. They started out horribly in spring training and then started out undefeated in the regular season. The pitch. Swing and a pop foul off third. Long run for Bell, crossing into foul territory behind the bag as it twists out of play. And it's 0-1. It's just like preseason spring training is in any other sport. Football, I don't care if you go 0-4. I don't personally. It doesn't really matter. Same thing with hockey. Same thing with basketball. It doesn't matter. It's proven, and just another way that it's proven with the Orioles. It just doesn't matter. Left-handed hitting Eric Garcia, the third baseman. 2 outs, nobody on. 2-0 is our score. Lancaster the lead. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Big cut by Garcia. Came up empty on that fastball. 0-2 is the count, and Evans looking for another 1-2-3 inning. Ryan off the third base edge, looking for strikeout number 3. Outfielder shade towards left center. Here's the wind and the 2-strike pitch. Got him milking. Strike 3 called over the inside corner. A fastball. 3 strikeouts in the ball game for Brian Evans, who has set the Blue Crabs down in order 1 through 9 through 3 innings of play. Moving on to the top of the 4th, it is Lancaster 2, Southern Maryland nothing. You're listening to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID Shield.
Blue Crabs Fan. Is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in the Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
This is Scott Main, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball.
Good for the summer run.
Top half of the 4th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Quick moving ball game. Barnstormers with a 2-0 lead over the Blue Crabs. 2 runs back in the second. They've got 3 hits in total. Mike Jacobs with an RBI double and a run scored in that second. Kevin Arenz, the guy on deck, also with an RBI double. And that's the difference. The other story of the game is the right-hander Brian Evans. The Lancaster pitcher tonight has set the Blue Crabs down in order 1 through 9. Darryl Thompson. 4th inning of work. The right-hander into the wide. Here's the pitch to Jacobs. Swung on. Popped up foul. Off third behind the bag. Stepping into foul territory onto the grass. In the coach's box is Garcia. And he makes a one-hand catch. So Jacobs is 1 out of 2 in the game, and that'll send Kevin Arenz to the plate. Kevin Arenz, the shortstop, with an RBI double back in the second inning. Blue Crabs pitching staff last year led all playoff teams in team ERA and strikeouts. In total, they had 58. Here's the pitch from Thompson. In for a strike with a slider at the knees. And the guy on the hill right now, Darrell Thompson, was a huge part of that. Thompson, 140 pitches thrown in Game 1 of the Freedom Division Series against the Barnstormers in Lancaster. 0-1. Fastball darts high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. 9 innings that night. Struck out 10 hitters. And then in Game 1 of the championship series, he picked up the win in 7 innings of work against the Patriots. 1-1. Swinging a foul off to the right and out of play. Just to expand on that, Thompson with 17 strikeouts last year in the postseason. That led all pitchers who stepped onto the hill in postseason play. Darrell here tonight with just 1 strikeout. The 1-2. Swinging a ball poked in the air, foul, first base side, out of play. Charlie Cutler is on deck. 2-0 Barnstormers, top 4. 1 out, nobody on. Lorenz climbs back in, right side. Slightly open stance. The wind, the pitch. Fastball, tipped foul. Off the catcher's mitt and deflected back to the screen, as Flores thought it got a piece of home plate umpire Brian Child. Turned his head and did a quick check on Brian. Everything checks out okay. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Thompson into the wind. The 1-2. Low and away as a slider floats out of the zone. Picnic area on top of the Grill 13 Mini Monster packed here tonight. Great crowd on hand, lights on. Sky getting darker and darker, each minute passing. The 2-2 on the way. Swinging a fly ball, lifted in the air to deep left center field. Brown back on it, stepping onto the warning track of the alleyway, leaps up, and it's over the wall, it's gone. Into the alleyway, a solo home run over the wall in left center by Kevin Lorenz, who's now 2 for 2. He's got a double, and now a solo home run, and in total, 3 RBIs. The Barnstormers now with a 3-0 lead. And Charlie Cutler will stand in. Tell you what, a fastball on the inner third, and Lorenz turned on it. Here's the pitch. And Cutler looks it over. A called strike over the inside corner to the left-handed batting catcher, who flew out to left his first time. Ball's really carrying out of the ballpark tonight. It is blowing out to straightaway center about 3 miles per hour, the wind is. Here's an 0-1. Swinging a broken bat ground ball towards the middle. Lombardozzi moves to his left. Gloves near the bag and tosses a chest-high throw to Wilson at first for out number 2.
Next up, Michael Krause.
2 outs, nobody on. 3-0 Barnstormers lead. They've got 4 hits in the game. And now it's Michael Krause. Krause, a right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. Taken high, a fastball. And it's 1-0. Garcia deep at third, the pitch. Fastball bounced to third. Garcia knocks it down, picks it up, fires across the diamond to first, and one hops in too late to Wilson. As Garcia tried to play that hopper, Olay style, knocked it down, picked it up, and the throw a little bit low and late. Let's see how they score that one. A 2-out base runner for the Barnstormers. Here's Jeff Coburnis. I would think it would be an error because that was kind of hit right to Garcia. Tried to pick it Olay style. And, well, I was wrong. I always am wrong trying to guess what the scoring is going to be on any questionable plays. Runner breaks for second, the pitch high. Throw to second by Flores on a line. It's too late with Nelson, the second baseman, covering. It's a stolen base for Michael Krause, who, by the way, was credited with a hit on that bouncer to third. That's 5 hits for the Barnstormers here tonight. And now they have a runner in scoring position, up 3-0 here in the top half of the fourth inning. Thompson sets. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a line drive down the right field side, peeling foul and into the seats, out of play. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard, in the majors tonight, they're going to the fourth in Cincinnati. Cubs a 4-0 lead over the Reds. Cubs 11-4 on the year. No surprise there. Kansas City 9-5 on the year. 1-0 lead in Kansas City over Detroit. Top three. 1-1. Swing and a fly ball into shallow left center. Brown ranging over to his right into the gap. He's unable to get there as it touches down on the grass for a hit. Around third and scoring is Kraus without a play. And it's an RBI single for Jeff Coburnis, who's now 1 out of 2 in the game. Coburnis with a ground out his first time, and the Barnstormers with a 4-0 lead on that RBI single. I'm not sure if Brown really saw that well off the bat, but it looked like he got a late break on it, and it fell right in front of him for a hit. Back to the top of the order, and now it is Travis Witherspoon. Right-handed batter, 1 out of 2 with a single in the third. Quick toss to first. And diving back in headfirst safely is Coburnis. 3 hits in the inning for the Barnstormers. Kevin Arends with a solo home run over the wall in left center. Kraus with a single, then he stole second. And Coburnis knocked him in with a single. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball along the right field line and shallow. Circling in on it to his left is Walton towards the line. And Jamar makes a one-hand jogging catch above the left shoulder. And the inning is over. Barnstormers, though, with 2 runs on 3 hits. Kevin Arends with the home run over the wall in left center field. At the end of 3.5, it is Lancaster 3 and Southern Maryland nothing. You're listening to Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Hey, Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark June 14th for Hearing Professionals Silver Sluggers Night. On June 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish, join us for Coors Light Can Do Wednesday. $3 Coors Light beers from 5:30 to the middle of the 5th inning. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Gary Brown.
Blue Crabs looking for their first hit and their first base runner for the bottom half of the fourth inning, 4-0. Lancaster with the lead. 2 more runs scored in the top half of this inning. It'll be Brown, Lombardozzi, and Wilson, 1, 2, 3 in the order. Brown with a fly out to center his first time. Right-handed batter against Brian Evans, the right-hander. Here's the wind and the pitch. Brown squares, pulls back, and takes a called strike over the outside corner. Evans with 3 strikeouts in the game. And he has retired the entire order of Southern Maryland. Here's the pitch. Inside, just a tad at the knees. Barnstormers, meanwhile, 4 runs on 6 hits. Neither team has committed an error here this evening. Evans off the first base edge. He's into the wind, the 1-1. Wave and a miss at a changeup. Bad swing there from Gary Brown. gathers himself outside the chalk of the right-handed batter's box. He's down the count, 1-2. Bell back behind the bag at third, same with McDade at first. The wind and the pitch. In the dirt, down the way with a changeup. And it's 2-2. Evans, a 14th round draft pick by the Marlins in 2008. Opened the season with the Barnstormers last year. He was signed away from Lancaster by the Rockies late in the summer. Evans back in the right-handed batter's box. I should say Brown with Evans off the first base edge. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4-0 Barnstormers. And now time is asked for by Charlie Cutler, the catcher, and granted by Brian Child, the home plate umpire. Shortstop Arends on the back edge of the dirt, playing very deep. Evans leaning in, straightens up the body. Turns, kicks, the 2-2. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Lombardozzi is on deck. Blue Crabs, their 9th season of existence. Looking to defend their Freedom Division crown here beginning tonight. Inside target from Cutler. The wind, the 2-2. In tight with a fastball towards the hands of Brown, who does not wear any batting gloves as the count runs full to 3-2. Gary struggled a little bit in the preseason. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, pop fly, behind the third base position. Bell ranging back, called off by Arends. Bell gives way, and Kevin Arends, the shortstop, makes a one-hand catch 3 feet on the outfield grass. That's 10 straight retired by Brian Evans. Here's Steve Lombardozzi. There really have been only 2 hit balls with authority tonight by Blue Crabs hitters. One was by the guy on deck, Zach Wilson, who lined out to right, and Fred Lewis, who lined out to left. Lombardozzi, switch hitter, batting left. He grounded out back in the first to second. The pitch. That's in there. A called strike with a slider at the knees. Evans, 3 strikeouts in the game. The wind and the 0-1. Fastball tipped into the mid of Cutler. But it's 0-2. I don't know if it's deception or what with Evans. He's got a pretty even-keeled, if you will, wind-up. Nothing out of the ordinary. I would think if you're a Blue Crabs hitter, you wouldn't have much trouble picking up the baseball. But that's not been the case because Evans, again, has retired 10 straight. Nobody on base. 4-0 Barnstormers. The pitch. A little bit inside at the belt. And a good eye by Lombardozzi. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. We're in the last of the 4th. Evans played his college ball at UC Davis. The kick and the pitch. Check swing in the dirt, the appeal, no swing. Tyler Thurmond, the third base umpire, with the call. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zach Wilson is on deck. Wind picks up a little bit here at the ballpark. Lights on, dark sky up above. Lombardozzi steps out of the left-handed batter's box. Crowd getting behind their Blue Crabs hitter, former major leaguer Lombardozzi. 2-2. Swung on, line back up the middle into center field, and that's a base hit. Lombardozzi responsible for the first Blue Crabs hit here tonight. And Zach Wilson will come to the plate. Nearly 10 million Americans have their identity stolen each year. ID Shield prevents you from becoming another statistic. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boulware at 571-337-3588. That's 571-337-3588, or log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BoulwareMJ. That's LegalShieldAssociate.com/BoulwareMJ. Now Zach Wilson, who lined out to right his first time up, climbs in right side. Lead by Lombardozzi at first. The pitch. in for a strike over the outside edge with a fastball. I started to talk about Wilson and his second half play last year at the plate. Zach was an all-star for the Blue Crabs last season. He had 67 hits over his last 43 days. That's about a hit and a half per game. Ending 2015. Here's a swing and a bouncer. Rolled foul to the backstop. And now it's 0-2. And Wilson hit .371 with 22 RBIs in his last 42 games of the regular season last year. To my point of how he carried the Blue Crabs offensively in what was a bad second half, it was especially bad. The peak of how bad it was took place in August. Lombardozzi over at first, his lead. Not running the pitch. Fastball runs off the inside corner as Wilson lifts up the elbows. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. 4-0 is our score. We're in the last of the 4th inning. Barnstormers out ahead. Blue Crabs have just 1 hit. That was by Lombardozzi moments ago. McToss to first. And Steve diving back in, head first safely to the back inside corner of the bag as McDade holds him on. Lewis on deck, taking his practice cuts. Big crowd on hand here tonight. Here's the set at the belt. The 1-2 offering. Slider swung on and foul tipped into the mitt of Cutler. And the strikeouts for Brian Evans. 4 Ks in the game. And with 2 outs and a runner at first, here's Fred Lewis. Lewis lined out hard to left his first time up. Lewis digs his way in on the left side with Lombardozzi, his lead at first. He singled moments ago. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Lewis was fooled by that breaking ball that darted low and inside towards the back left foot of Fred. And it's 0-1. I always love the fashion choices by Lewis. Right now he's wearing a navy blue sleeve. He's got the lime green batting gloves, the lime green cleats, and the lime green undershirts. The 0-1. Wave and a miss at a fastball. He was behind there. It's 0-2. Evans has come out, at least with the fastball, throwing gas tonight. He is in mid-season form. He's got 4 strikeouts. He's allowed just 1 hit. He's retired 11 of the 12 hitters he's faced. Lombardozzi breaks for second, an 0-2 swing, and a ball pushed foul out of play left side. Elsewhere around Major League Baseball on the out-of-town scoreboard, top first, 1-0 Houston. Lead over the Rangers in Texas. Dodgers today beat the Braves 2-1. That game final in 10 innings. Fred steps out of the left-handed batter's box. Mariners beat the Indians today, 10-7. That final in 10 innings as well. Napoli, his 3rd home run. He actually had 2 home runs, number 2 and number 3 today for the Indians. The pitch inside with a fastball thigh high. Good eye by Fred, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Marlins today beating the Nationals 5-1. Nationals 11-4, tied for the best record in the National League with the Cubs. A lot of day game matinees today. 2 outs, now the 1-2. Slider down and in. Cutler sliding to his left, smothering it between his legs. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Might be a good time for Steve Lombardozzi to take off again for second. Rays beat the Red Sox 12-8 today. Both teams now 7-8. In that clogged American League East. 2 outs. Lombardozzi not running. The 2-2, a swing and a ground ball past the diving McDade and into right field for a hit. Lombardozzi digs for third. Lewis around first. He's on his way to second, and he's in there safely standing as the throw comes in to the right side, and it's cut off by McDade. Lewis with a hustling double. Lombardozzi at third. Second hit of the game for the Blue Crabs, and they're threatening down 4-0 here in the bottom of the 4th, and you love the hustle from Fred Lewis. He busted it out of the box. And Lombardozzi with that great speed, and of course 2 outs, crack of the bat, you're running. Lombardozzi was all the way, 3/4 at least, of the way to third base as Gindel was scooping up the baseball in right. Now it is Michael Snyder, right-handed batter who struck out swinging his first time, looking to drive in those runs. The pitch from Evans, wave and a miss, good slider low and away. And it's 0-1, 2 outs, 4-0 Barnstormers, last of the 4th. Snyder has a frown on his face and his picture on the video board, but I promise you he's a really nice guy. Loves to play the game of baseball. He comes from a baseball family. His brother Brandon Snyder, former major leaguer. 0-1. Fastball darts inside at the knees. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. His father was a pitcher at Clemson University. Snyder, a big guy, 6'4", 240 pounds. Makes his home in Centerville, Virginia. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's the pitch. Changeup floats in, a called strike over the inner third. Good pitch from Brian Evans. Maybe a little bit high, but I don't think in that count Snyder was expecting that changeup to come out of the right hand of Evans. And it's a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Lombardozzi is leading foul territory at third. He singled. Lewis doubled, and he takes his lead off of second. 4-0 Barnstormers. We're in the last of the 4th. McDade well off the line at first. The 1-2. Down the way with a slider, and a good sliding block by Cutler, ranging to his right to smother it. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Fastball looped out behind second, and Coburnis makes a 1-hand catch, a foot on the outfield grass to retire the side. Well, Snyder getting jammed on that pitch on the inner half, and the Blue Crabs are set down here in the last of the 4th inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 runners left in scoring position. We head to the top of the 5th. Lancaster with a 4-0 lead over Southern Maryland. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about the upcoming promotions for June 10th through June 11th. On June 10th, when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks, enjoy Salute the Troops, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies. Bring your military ID and receive free admission into the ballpark. On June 11th, SAIC will be presenting Veterans Appreciation Night, including a hat giveaway for the first 1,000 fans and a firework extravaganza presented by SAIC after the conclusion of the 7th inning. On June 12th, the Blue Crabs continue to take on the Long Island Ducks for Little League Day, John Hanson Middle School Spirit Day, and a pregame autograph session, as well as kids playing free in Pinch's Playground and kids post-game run the bases.
Sequence Orthodontics for all your teeth straightening needs. Offering braces for adults and children of all ages.
4-0 is our score. Moving on to the top half of the 5th inning. Fans, the first Silver Sluggers night presented by Hearing Professionals is taking place right here at Regency Furniture Stadium on April 26th against the Bridgeport Bluefish. It's also free Popcorn Tuesdays presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. For tickets, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Caleb Gindel will start things, 2, 3, 4 in the order. Gindel, Bell, and McDade against Darrell Thompson starting inning number 5. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball drops in, a called strike over the outside corner. Thompson has allowed 4 runs on 6 hits. He has 1 strikeout in the game. He's also allowed a walk. Gindel 0 for 2, the pitch in the dirt. Gindel left-handed batter. Thompson works in the middle of the rubber. He's into the wind. The 1-1. Upstairs. That changeup left up. Flores tried to frame it and was unsuccessful, as he did not catch the attention of Brian Child, the home plate umpire. The 2-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive, hit well to right. Walton racing back. Jamar reaches out, and it's over his head, bouncing up against the wall. Gindel digging for second, slows down to a jog, and he's in there safely, standing without a throw. Caleb Gindel with a leadoff double to start things here in the top of the 5th. He lined out to right in the 3rd. Walton made a nice play, and that time Gindel hitting it over the head of Jamar. And again, that's the deepest part of this ballpark. Caleb in scoring position now for Josh Bell. Barnstormer 7 hits here in the game. Bell switch hitter batting left. He's hitless in 2 at-bats. The pitch. A little bit inside for ball 1. Four out of the 7 hits tonight for the Barnstormers have been extra base hits. 3 doubles and a solo home run by Kevin Arenz. The 1-0. Swing and a pop foul. Straight back. And that's going to drift over the screen and into the seats out of play. One ball and 1 strike to Josh Bell. Thompson pitching in his 68th career Atlantic League start tonight. The opening day starter for the Blue Crabs for the first time in his career. He began his Atlantic League career here with Southern Maryland in 2012. Here's the set. Check of the runner. The pitch on the way. Swung on. A bounding ball out to first. Glove on the backhand by Wilson. Calls off Thompson and takes it to the bag. 3 unassisted on the putouts. Bell 0 for 3 in the game. Here's Mike McDade. Moving up to third base on that ground out is Gindel. Productive out there by Josh Bell. McDade with a walk back in his first plate appearance in the 2nd, and a run scored on the Mike Jacobs RBI double. And he grounded out to 2nd in the 3rd. Infielders come in, trying to cut off that run. Switch hitting McDade batting left, the pitch. And a swing and a pop-up. Back behind 3rd, along the line. Garcia circling into foul territory onto the track. And he makes a one-hand catch in front of the Blue Crabs bullpen. Good job by Garcia, finding his way. He's a new guy to this Blue Crabs organization, still getting used to this ballpark, and he circled back and made the grab. That's a big out and a big pitch by Darrell Thompson as McDade fouls out. Now it's Mike Jacobs to try to drive in that run from third base. 4-0 is our score. Barnstormers have the lead. We're in the top of the 5th. Jacobs, a left-handed batter. An RBI double back in the 2nd, and he fouled out to the third baseman Garcia in the 4th. Here's the pitch. In for a strike at the knees with a fastball. Ryan Grenning appears to be loosening down the left field side in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Thompson sets. The pitch. A little bit low and outside. Gindel with a leadoff double. He moved to third base on the ground out by Bell. McDade with a foul out. And now it's 1-1 to Mike Jacobs as Gindel takes his lead in foul territory over at third. Thompson, after retiring the Barnstormers in order 1-2-3 in the 1st, has been a little bit shaky from the 2nd on. Here's a swing and a foul tip right at the plate off the catcher's mitt of Angel Flores. It's a ball and 2 strikes. It's the second inning on, the Barnstormers have had at least one base runner. They scored 2 runs in the second, 2 in the fourth. Up 4-0 here in the top of the fifth, looking for more. 2 outs. Skindle is lead in foul territory at third. 7 hits tonight for the Barnstormers. Thompson sets with an outside target, delivers home. Up high with the fastball. 2-2. Thompson, drafted by the Montreal Expos in the 8th round of the 03 draft out of La Plata High School. Spent parts of 2 seasons with the Reds, making his major league debut on June 21st of 2008 against the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium. That's an experience that, I don't care who you are, you will not forget that. Making your debut in the old Yankee Stadium. Thompson sets the 2-2. Swing and a fly ball hooked up the right field side, peeling foul and out of play. Boy, Jacobs gave that one a ride. A little bit ahead of that off-speed pitch, though. And it's still 2-2. On deck is Kevin Arends. I actually asked Darryl Thompson last year what it was like pitching at Yankee Stadium in your first ever professional game. And he told me, in so many words, he couldn't put it into words, he told me, because it was an experience, like I said, he'll never forget. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitched 5 innings, by the way. Did not factor in the decision in that game. Here's the pitch. Fastball darts low and outside, full count. Three and two, 2 outs, 4-0 Barnstormers. Top half of the fifth. Jacobs climbs back in on the left side with the open stance. Skindle is lead in foul territory at third. Outfielder shade towards right center. Wind blows out here at the ballpark to center field. 3-2 pitch. Check swing, flared foul back to the screen. Thompson coming set, chest high. The kick, the 3-2. Up high with a fastball. That misses for ball 4. Second free pass issued by Thompson here tonight. Here comes manager Jeremy Owens. And this will be it appears, for Darryl Thompson. Kevin Arends will come to the plate. He's 2 for 2 here tonight. And Jeremy makes the call to the bullpen. So Thompson's night is finished. 2 outs, runners at the corners for the Barnstormers. We're in the top half of inning number 5. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 26th, your Blue Crabs will take on the York Revolution for Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day, a post-game movie, pre-game autograph session, and kids play free in Pinch's Playground, and post-game kids run the bases. On June 27th, we take on the Sugarland Skiers for Bark in the Park, presented by Perfect Cut Resort, as well as dance competition night and dollar hot dog night. And on June 28th, it's Hearing Professional Silver Slugger Night number 5, as well as the Pitch on the Books Drive for Thankful Tuesdays and free Popcorn Tuesdays presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
The night is over for Darrell Thompson. 4-0 Barnstormers, top of the 5th. We've got a pitching change. Thompson leaves. Right now in line for the loss, 4 2/3. 4 runs, all 4 earned. 7 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. Faced 23 batters through 81 pitches. And the right-hander, Brian Grenning, will take over on the mound.
And next up again, row 13.
Kevin Orenz will come to the plate. He's had a good night. Right-handed hitting shortstop, an RBI double in the 2nd, and a solo home run back in the 4th. So Brian Grenning, the right-hander, on in relief for Darrell Thompson. 1st and 3rd here for the Barnstormers. Gindel, a leadoff double. He's at 3rd. Jacobs, a 2-out walk. He's at 1st. 4-0. Lancaster lead. The pitch. Low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Lorenz with a long, loud home run over the wall in left center field in the alleyway. Back in the 4th inning. Gindel is leading foul territory at 3rd. Jacobs held on by Wilson at 1st. Thompson, as I said, after retiring the Barnstormers in order 1, 2, 3 in the 1st, didn't really have his stuff after the 2nd. He was very shaky. 1-0. And there's a strike with a fastball over the outside corner. 4 runs allowed on 7 hits. Combine that with the fact that his pitching, or I should say his pitch count was a little bit high, 81. Don't want to overexert him this early in the season. 1-1. Grenning pours in a fastball strike over the outside corner. And now it's 1-2. Lorenz a big night at the plate. One thing that was missing from the Barnstormers last year in the 1st half was offensively not hitting with runners in scoring position. 1-2 on the way. Outside with a fastball. 2-2. Barnstormers 7-4 in season openers. 2-3 under their manager. And right now, 3rd base coach Butch Hobson. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Grenning off the first base edge. He comes set. Outside target. And steps off the backside of the rubber. Darting his head over at Jacobs at 1st. Gindel with his lead. On the dirt, foul territory at 3rd. Jacobs a very small, about 2-step lead over at 1st base rather, being held on by Wilson. The 2-2 on the way. High and outside. Now it's full 3-2. Jacobs will have a head start off of 1st. Grenning gets another baseball. The newly married Brian Grenning got married in February in Las Vegas. Grenning 5'11", 200 pounds. He's from Lake Oswego, Oregon. He was a 38th round draft pick by the Indians in 2008. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jacobs breaks for 2nd. The pitch is swung on and pushed out of play to the right. So we'll do it again at 3-2 as Jacobs will jog back to 1st, and he will be off. Last year for Grenning, he went 4-9 with a 4.49 ERA. Pitched in 28 games total, made 19 starts. A guy who could be in that long relief role. Jacobs breaks for 2nd, 3-2 pitch, a call, 3rd strike at the knees over the outside corner. Nicely done by Brian Grenning, coming out of the bullpen and striking out Kevin Orenz, who has had a huge night at the plate. 2 runners left on for the Barnstormers. No runs, 1 hit. Runners left at the corners. Heading to the home half of the 5th inning. It is Lancaster 4 and Southern Maryland nothing on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone. No matter how much money you have, Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-4666. 3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BoWearMJ.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Best chance for the Blue Crabs to score any runs was back in the bottom half of the fourth inning, but they stranded both runners in scoring position as we move on to the bottom of the fifth. 4-0. Barnstormers have the lead. Blue Crabs with just 2 hits here in the game off the right-hander Brian Evans, who finishes up his warm-up tosses. It'll be Nelson, Walton, Flores due up, 6, 7, 8 in the order coming up for Southern Maryland.
Next up, number 24, Brian Nelson.
Nelson grounded out his first time up to the shortstop, Kevin Arenz. That was back in the second inning. Nelson switch hitter batting from the left side. Evans off the first base edge of the rubber. He's got 4 strikeouts tonight. The pitch on the way. And Nelson looks at a fastball up and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Evans has thrown 66 pitches up to this point. The wind, the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third. Ryan into the wind, the 1-1. Swinging a foul, backing out of play towards the third base side. As manager and third base coach Jeremy Owens clapping his hands, encouraging the veteran Bryant Nelson. Jeremy in his first season, he was the hitting coach under Stan Clyburn last year. He was also the hitting coach in 2014. Inside target from Cutler, the kick and the delivery. Swing and a soft liner to the right side, and a sliding feet first, one-hand grab on the back edge of the dirt by the second baseman, Coburnis.
Next up, number 6,
Nelson jammed a little bit on that pitch on the inner half, and now Jamar Walton will come to the plate. Last week, the Blue Crabs hosted Media Day, and Jeremy Owens was talking to a reporter, and he told that reporter that he's excited for this season for many reasons, but also because he's playing, or I should say, he's managing some of the guys he actually played against. The pitch to Walton, and Jamar cuts through a fastball and misses. And it's 0-1. The guy who was just at the plate, Brian Nelson, Jeremy played against him at various levels and here in the Atlantic League. The 0-1 to Walton. Jamar swings and lifts it foul off to the left and out of play. Jamar struck out looking back in the third inning. He's 0 for 1, 4-0. Barnstormers have the lead. We're in the last of the fifth. Stan Clyburn, last year's manager for the Blue Crabs, taking over the New Britain Bees. Stan, an absolute legend in New Britain. We'll get into that, of course, when Stan and the Bees come to town. 0-2 pitch inside, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. On the out-of-town scoreboard, speaking of the Bees, they're down 3-1 right now to the Revolution. That game in the top of the 7th at New Britain Stadium. The 1-2. Swing and a fly ball lifted in the air to shallow left. Kraus jogging in, stops at the spot, and makes the catch.
Next up, number 17, Angel Flores.
2 up, 2 down. Here's Angel Flores. Nobody on base, 4-0. Barnstormers have the lead bottom half of the 5th inning. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League tonight, top half of the 5th at TD Bank Ballpark in Somerset, the Ducks and the Patriots, who always battle it out. 3-3 the score there. Ducks were up 3-0 in that game. Patriots came back. Bluefish Skeeters scoreless bottom 2nd at Constellation Field in Sugarland. The pitch to Flores, and that's in for a strike with a slider at the knees. Angel flew out to left back in the 3rd. And Evans looking for another 1-2-3 inning. Evans has retired 14 of the 16 batters he's faced tonight. 0-1. Swinging a ground ball, sharply hit to third. A backhand pick by Bell. Straightens up and fires it across the diamond to first. And again, Evans with another 1-2-3 inning. That's his fourth 1-2-3 inning of the night. So that does it for the Blue Crabs here in the fifth. Moving on to the top half of the sixth inning. Barnstormers 4, Blue Crabs nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Kroll, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Regency Furniture, Jelly Bean Steakhead.
Moving right along here to Regency Furniture Stadium. Top half of the sixth inning. Barnstormers 4, Blue Crabs nothing. 4 runs, 7 hits for Lancaster here tonight. Charlie Cutler starts things.
Charlie Cutler.
Left-handed batter. Bottom 3 in the order for Lancaster, Cutler, Kraus, Coburnus. Second inning of work for Brian Grenning. Grenning on in relief for Thompson, who went 4 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits. 2 walks, 1 strikeout, 81 pitches thrown. Now it's Grenning. Here's the pitch. A little bit low. Grenning struck out Kevin Arends, the only batter he has faced here tonight. Brian, 30 years of age. Garcia even with the bag at third. The 1-0 pitch. Cutler swings and rips it on a line to second. Caught at the chest on the back edge of the dirt by Bryant Nelson. 1 out for Michael Kraus. Barnstormers have come out swinging the bat here tonight. A lot of the balls that they've hit off of Thompson, and now that line drive right there off of Grenning. It's been hard. Four of the 7 hits tonight for Lancaster have been extra base hits. The pitch to Kraus, and a fastball misses up high to the right-handed hitter. Kraus, the left fielder, 1 out of 2 with a single, a stolen base, a run scored in that 2-run fourth. Barnstormers with their other 2 runs in the second. 1-0 pitch. Change-up, misses low. Granting his 9th professional season. Re-signed by Southern Maryland on March 22nd. 2-0 offer. A little bit low. Three balls and no strikes. Running down the count. Ryan made it as high as the AAA level in the Indians organization. 3-0. Taking all the way was Kraus, and that's a strike down the heart of the plate. Big crowd on hand. There will be fireworks after the 7th inning tonight. 3-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive, ripped into right. That's down for a base hit, and that's hit number 8. Walton knocking it down, picks it up quickly. And a single for Michael Kraus, who's 2 out of 3 in the game. Jeff Coburnus will be the batter. Jeff, 1 out of 2 with an RBI single in the 4th. Kraus with the lead off of first. Now a quick toss over, and Michael dives back in, head first safely. Elsewhere on the Major League Baseball scoreboard. Some finals from earlier today. The pitch. Swung on, lined into right field. That's down for a base hit. Kraus touches second. He sprints for third. Walton is up with it along the line, fires it into the right side, and that's back-to-back hits. A single for Coburnus. He's 2 out of 3. He's had a good night at the plate. 9 hits for the Barnstormers. And now they're at the corners with 1 out, up 4-0 here in the top half of the 6th. Garcia talking things over with Grenning. He's trying to work his way out of this jam. The Twins defeated the Brewers today 8-1. Angels a 3-2 winner over the White Sox. Diamondbacks 6-2 winner over the Giants. 9-10 start for Pittsburgh and San Diego out there in San Diego tonight. Right-handed batting, Travis Witherspoon, the pitch. And Travis takes a called strike, a slider catching the outside edge. Witherspoon tonight is struck out swinging. He singled back in the 3rd and flew out to right field in the 4th. Right-handed batting center fielder Travis Witherspoon. 6'1", 195-pounder. The pitch. Runner breaks for second. Inside. A pump fake throw by Flores. Holds on to the baseball. Checks the runner at 3rd. And it's a stolen base for Jeff Coburnus. That's the 2nd stolen base of the evening for the Barnstormers. 2 runners in scoring position. Lancaster has left 5 runners on here tonight. The infield coming in, trying to cut off that run. The 1-1, low and outside. Now 2 balls and 1 strike is the count to Travis Witherspoon. Nobody loosening down the left field side in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. Barnstormers up 4-0. We're in the top half of the 6th inning. Running originally from Newport Beach, California. The 2-1. Low outside, 3-1. Outfielders play straight away. Lights beaming down on this beautiful playing field. Wind blowing out slightly to straightaway center. Here's the set. Now a 3-1. In there for a strike, a breaking ball. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers 87-69 against Southern Maryland all time. The Crabs have never won a season series, but have tied the season series in 3 of the last 8 years. Lancaster up 4-0. The 3-2. Low outside, ball 4, and the bases are now loaded as Witherspoon walks. And the 3rd walk issued tonight by Southern Maryland pitching. Here's Caleb Gindle. And Caleb with a double back in the 5th. He's 1 out of 3. And now the bullpen begins to stir here. For Southern Maryland, looks like Scott Main is up and stretching. Gindle a pair of flyouts to right and a double over the head of Walton in right field in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Caleb swings and rips it to 3rd. Grabbed on a bounce by Garcia. Fires a second one. Quick turn to 1st is too late. Scoring from 3rd is Michael Kraus, and it's 5-0 Lancaster. Witherspoon erased off the base paths. And Josh Bell will come to the plate. It's a fielder's choice. Good play by Garcia, gloving it on the glove side on 1 bounce on a hot shot. And he quickly threw to 2nd. Nelson with the quick turn, a little bit late. And now runners at the corners with Coburnus moving up to 3rd. Here's Josh Bell, who's 0 for 3. Bell, switch hitter, batting left. Here's the pitch. Taken for a called strike with a slider over the inner 3rd. 5-0 Barnstormers. A run in here in the 6th with 2 outs. Rally started by Kraus, a 1-out single. Coburnus a single. Witherspoon a walk. And a fielder's choice for Gindle. The pitch. In there, a strike call to the knees. And it's 0-2. 9 hits in the game total for Lancaster. 2 runs in the 2nd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 here in the 6th. Coburnus with the lead in foul territory at 3rd. Lead over at first base by Gindle. the set position with an outside target. The 0-2. Swinging a ground ball to short, moving to his right, Lombardozzi. Backhand pick, shuffles the feet. A low throw, but picked out of the dirt on the backhand by Zach Wilson at first. And the side is retired. Barnstormers adding a run on the fielder's choice. Ground ball by Gindel, a run on 2 hits, and 2 men left on. Last of the 6th coming up here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It is Lancaster 5 and Southern Maryland nothing on the Legal ID Shield. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Since 2013, over 1 billion records have been compromised right here in our great nation. ID Shield's comprehensive identity protection service monitors for all signs of criminal activity and gives you all the resources you need to keep your identity secure from fraud. For just $9.95 per month, ID Shield provides unlimited consultation, complete monitoring, and a $5 million service guarantee. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bower at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowerMJ.
This is Scott Snodgrass, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
The night is over for Brian Evans as we move on to the bottom half of the 6th inning. 5-0, Barnstormers have the lead. Evans with a great performance here tonight. He's been the main story, really, of this game. 5 innings, allowing just 2 hits to the Blue Crabs. 4 strikeouts. He did not walk anybody. He is in line for the win. 76 pitches thrown. The new pitcher is Pete Andrelzik, the Lancaster veteran. 6'1", 200-pounder from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Eric Garcia will start things 9-1-2 in the order. It'll be Garcia, Brown, and Lombardozzi. The pitch is swung on and bounced weakly to first. Charging is McDade. Gloves it near the bag and shuffles right to the base to record the out.
Number 25, Pete Andrelzik.
3 unassisted. And the lineup turns over to the top. Here's Gary Brown. Brown's 0 for 2 here in the game. And Andrelzik, the right-hander, winds up the pitch. Brown shows bunt, pulls back, and takes low. Evans started the ball game retiring 10 straight. Allowed just 2 hits. The pitch outside with a fastball. Set the Blue Crabs down in order 1-2-3 in 4 innings. 4 out of the 5 that he worked. Next offering. Swinging a ground ball, sharply hit to third, scooped by Bell. Shuffles the feet onto the cut of the grass and zips it over to first. Brown's 0 for 3, now it's Lombardozzi. 15 of the 17 batters, by the way, that Evans faced tonight, he retired. Best chance for the Blue Crabs to score was back in the bottom of the 4th. They had runners at 2nd and 3rd, but Snyder lined out weakly to 2nd to end that threat. Now it's Lombardozzi, who's got one of those 2 hits here tonight, 1 out of 2. Here's the pitch to Steve. Outside. Lombardozzi, switch hitter, batting left. It's right back in there as Andrelzik, another guy who works quickly. The 1-0. In there for a strike over the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Andrelzik with that brown hair flowing out from his cap. The pitch. Fastball runs off the outside corner just a tad. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Zach Wilson on deck if the inning were to continue. 5-0 Barnstormers. The pitch. Outside. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Andrelzik trying to work a 1-2-3 quick inning. So a good job by Brian Evans here tonight in line for the win. 3-1. In for a strike, catching the inside corner. Blue Crabs last year 42-28 in first half play, winning the Freedom Division, earning a spot in the playoffs. 3-2. Swung on, hit on the ground, foul outside of third, right over the leaping Jeremy Owens out of the way of that ground ball. Blue Crabs went 27-43 in second half play, though, and finished in last place in the Freedom Division. The payoff. Swung on, bounced to first, gloved on one hop at the chest by McDade. He calls off Andrelzik and takes it to the bag. 3 unassisted. And just like that, the Blue Crabs once again set down in order 1, 2, 3. Tonight, Southern Maryland has been retired in order.
Did you know AAA owns a car care center near you?
5 innings. 5 out of the 6 times they've batted. 5-0 Barnstormers. Moving on to the 7th on the Legal ID Shield. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from Social Security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partnered with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Brian Grenning finishing up his warm-up tosses, moving on to the top half of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Fans come out to the ballpark on May 6th against the York Revolution. It is Stroke Awareness Night and Jersey Auction Night presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. 7:05 first pitch. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. That is 301-638-9788. 5-0 Barnstormers, top half of the 7th inning. Mike McDade to start things. It'll be McDade, Jacobs, and Arends. Switch hitting McDade, batting left side against Brian Grenning. The wind of the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. McDade will walk in a run scored in that 2-run second. Grounded out to second in the third. And fouled out to the third baseman Garcia in the 5th. 5 runs, 9 hits for Lancaster. The pitch. A little bit low with a changeup. 2 in the second, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the 6th. Kevin Arends has had a big night. He's due up third here in the inning. He's 2 out of 3, an RBI double and a solo home run. Here's a swing and a bouncer, weakly hit to second. Charging, gloving it knee high in the baseline is Nelson. And he lobs it overhand to first to record the 4-3 putout. By the way, the Cubs with a 9-0 lead in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And that is significant. I say that because, and I'm checking on it right now before we go to break because of this pitching change. There's a no-hitter going on right now for Jake Arrieta. We've got a pitching change. 1 out here in the top half of the 7th. 5-0 Barnstormers have the lead over the Blue Crabs. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the 5th inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Come on out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
Jeff Erlab is the new pitcher for Southern Maryland. Brian Grenning went an inning in 2/3, allowing 2 hits, walking 1, and striking out 1. Erlab, the left-hander, finishes up his warm-up tosses. Mike Jacobs, the DH, a left-handed batter, will come to the plate. 1 out. We're in the top half of the 7th. McDade with the ground out. Jacobs an RBI double in the 2nd, fouled out in the 3rd, walked in the 5th. Jacobs also with a run scored tonight. Erlab, 3rd pitcher of the evening. Kicks and delivers. In there for a strike over the inside corner. Erlab, the tall, slender left-hander, 6'2", 170-pounder. He's from Scottsdale, Arizona. Erlab sets. Here's an 0-1. Low and outside with a slider. Darrell Thompson started tonight, went 4 2/3, allowing 4 runs on 7 hits, walking 2 and striking out 1, 81 pitches thrown. Grenning an inning in 2/3 of scoreless baseball. And now it's Erlab, who was signed last week. The 1-1. Jacobs swings and lifts it foul out of play to the left. 9 hits tonight for the Barnstormers. Blue Crabs on the other side have just 2 hits. Their best chance of scoring came back in the bottom of the 4th, but left 2 runners in scoring position. Outfielders shade towards right center, playing Jacobs to pull. Here's the set. Now the 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Bounced right in there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. When Erlab arrived at BWI Airport in Baltimore, he received all of his luggage except for 1 bag. That was the most important bag because that had all of his baseball stuff in it. And the bag, as I found out later, was left in Phoenix. It did not board his connecting flight. The 2-2. Swung on, foul tipped off the mask of Angel Flores. And it's 2-2. I'm not sure what happened with that, but he did end up getting his bag from the BWI airport. And the story actually ends very positively for Jeff because later that night when the bag actually came into the airport, Jeff drove all the way back. He drove his host family's car, drove back to the airport, got the bag, got a $50 voucher from Southwest Airlines. So what could have been disaster turned into a positive later on. 5-0 Barnstormers. Now the 2-2 pitch. Jacob swings and dribbles it weakly right side. Over to his right, Wilson. Gloves on the grass. Slips underhand to first. Too late with Erlab covering. And apparently, maybe he wasn't late because the first base umpire, Donald Mayer, saying that Erlab pulled his foot off the bag. Here comes manager Jeremy Owens out of the dugout. He's going to talk things over here with Mr. Mayer. For Jacobs, that's an infield single, and hit number 10 on the evening for Lancaster. Owen said his piece. He heads back to the third base side dugout. 1-on-1 out. Barnstormers up here in the top of the 7th inning, 5-0. And now it's Kevin Orenz, the shortstop, who's had a big night at the plate here tonight. Orenz with an RBI double in the second, a solo home run to left center field in the fourth. He is 2 out of 3. Left-hander Jeff Erlab sets. Here's the pitch. A little bit high and outside with a fastball. Charlie Cutler is on deck. Jacobs with that small lead over there at first. He is being held on by Zach Wilson. 1 out. The 1-0 pitch. Low. 2 balls and no strikes. Lorenz, 26 years of age, from Houston, Texas. Really never got his footing offensively in affiliated baseball. His best year came back in 2014. He had 266 that year. Had a career-high 41 doubles. 2-0. Swung on and missed. Good fastball popping out of the left hand of Erlab. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Power-wise, the best year for Orenz came in 2011 in Dunedin in the Florida State League. He hit just 242 that year, but he did have 13 home runs. 1 out. Jacobs not running. 2-1. Swing and a ball poked in the air, foul right side, out of play. What was a pretty hot evening has turned pretty cool and very comfortable here at the ballpark tonight. Dark sky up above. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set position by Erlab from the belt. Now the pitch on the way. Low and inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes is the count. Erlab making it as high as the AAA level in the athletics organization. In his 7th professional season. 5-0 Barnstormers. We're in the top of the 7th inning. More bullpen activity down the left field side for the Blue Crabs. 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. Bounced foul outside of third. And we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Erlab bending at the waist with the ball behind the back. Jacobs, small lead over at first. 2 steps, held on by Wilson. 1 out. Check of the runner. The 3-2 on the way. Up high with a fastball, and that's ball 4. 4th walk issued by Southern Maryland pitching here tonight. And another threat here for Lancaster as Jacobs moves up to second. 2 on, 1 out. Here is Charlie Cutler. Cutler, left-handed batter. Charlie tonight, hitless in 3 at-bats. A couple of flyouts and a groundout. Jacobs is lead at second. Orenz is lead at first. Wilson plays behind him. Now the pitch. In for a strike, catching the outside corner with a sweeping slider. Justin Berg loosening down the left field side in the Blue Crabs bullpen, the right-hander. Everybody on the Blue Crabs bench in their dugout up on the top step, including manager Jeremy Owens. To his left, pitching coach Bill Bliss. Check of the runner in 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. Pitch in the dirt. A backhand pick by Flores. Nothing in 2 is the count. 10 hits tonight for the Barnstormers. And just 2 on the other side for the Blue Crabs. Orlov bending at the waist. Set belt high. Check of the runner. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Low outside. And now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Wind blowing now from left to right here at the ballpark. 1 out. Runners their leads, first and second. Check of the runner. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Third strikeout for Southern Maryland pitching here tonight. That's a big one for Jeff Orlov. 2 outs now for Michael Kraus, who singled and scored a run back in the 6th inning. He got the rally started with 1 out. Climbs in on the right side. Kraus, 25 years of age, looking to come through for the Barnstormers, up 5-0 here in the top of the 7th. Now the pitch. Inside for ball 1. Kraus drafted in the 16th round in the 08 draft by the Blue Jays. He was signed to play with Lancaster last year, but missed the entire season with a torn muscle. Now the 1-0. Swing and a line drive, wrapped into left. That's down for a base hit. Jacobs being held at third. Everybody moves up a bag as Lewis tosses it into the left side. And the bases are loaded for the Barnstormers, up 5-0 here in the top half of the 7th inning. 11 hits in the game for Lancaster. And they're off to a good start here in 2016. Apparently, just by looking at this lineup here, a good mix of right-handed hitters, left-handed hitters, switch hitters. They can hit, and all their hits have been hard here tonight. They've got 4 extra base hits, including a solo home run by Kevin Arenz, and overall have 11 hits. Training staff and manager Jeremy Owens out taking a look at Jeff Orlov, making sure everything checks out okay. Justin Berg, the right-hander, again loosening down the left field line in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. Orlov is okay. Steps off the mound onto the grass behind the hill. Wipes the sweat off his eyebrow. Now it's Jeff Copernis to hit. Jeff has had a good night at the plate. 2 out of 3 with an RBI single in the 4th. A single and a stolen base back in the 6th. The number 9 hitter climbing in on the right side. Bases loaded for the Barnstormers, who have left 7 runners on here tonight. 3 of them in scoring position, but they're up 5-0. They've come through when it's been needed. Here's the pitch. In for a strike with a changeup over the inside. And a real chance here for Copernis to break this game open, especially with the way the Blue Crabs have hit here tonight. They have just 2 hits. Game was moving at a pretty quick pace, but has slowed down. Here's the set. Now an 0-1. Swing and a pop-up foul. Back behind the bag at first. Wilson circles into foul territory onto the grass, and it makes a 2-hand catch. And the Barnstormers' threat is over. So Lancaster leaving the bases loaded. No runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 3 men left on base. Stretch time. Bottom half of the 7th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It is Lancaster 5 and Southern Maryland's nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a jersey auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Bottom half of the 7th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 5-0 is our score. The Barnstormers have the lead. The Crabs tonight need to get something going offensively. They have just 2 hits. Their best chance of scoring came back in the bottom half of the 4th inning. 2 runners left in scoring position as Michael Snyder softly lined out to second baseman Coburnis. Brian Evans is the real story of this ball game, though, for Lancaster. Evans, the right-hander, went 5 innings, allowing 2 hits, striking out 4. He is in line for the win. He threw 76 pitches. New pitcher on the hill, it's Mike Lee, right-hander. On relief for Pete Andrelzik. Pete went 1 inning, retiring the Blue Crabs in order, 1-2-3. It'll be Wilson, Lewis, and Snyder due up against the new pitcher, right-hander Mike Lee, 6'7", 200 pounds. Born in Las Vegas, Nevada, currently resides in Seattle, Washington. Game 2 tomorrow, 7:05. Lancaster, Southern Maryland, Game 2 of the 4-game series. Be on the air with you at around 6:45 for the pregame. 7:05 first pitch. So Mike Lee finishing up his warm-up tosses here. Barnstormers 2 runs in the 2nd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. That's where we stand, 5-0 Lancaster. Zach Wilson to start things. He lined out hard to right in the 1st, struck out swinging in the 4th. Wilson bangs the dirt off his cleats as he's ready to climb in on the right side. Heart of the order for Southern Maryland. They need to get something started. Wilson last year the 2nd most hits in the league. Straightaway stance on the right side. The set by Lee, now the pitch. Fastball poured in, a called strike down the heart of the plate. Lee, 29 years of age. He was drafted in the 8th round of the 08 draft by the Boston Red Sox. The 0-1. Swinging a ground ball, pulled to third. A sliding backhand grab made by Bell. It pops to his feet and fires to first, and it's in time to get Wilson by a step and a half. Good play by Josh Bell. Wilson, despite striking out in the 4th, has hit the ball hard twice here tonight. Here's Fred Lewis, who doubled back in the 4th. He's 1 out of 2. Lewis, left-handed batter. 5-0 Barnstormers here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. The kick and the pitch. Inside and low with a fastball. Well, you talk about it tonight, just 2 hits for Southern Maryland. Last year they were ranked in the top 5th. Collectively, offensively in the Atlantic League in batting average, OPS, and sacrifice flies. Timely hitting with the sacrifice flies. The 1-0. Swing and a pop-up right in front of the home plate area. Now drifting into foul territory as the catcher Cutler, mask off, makes a one-hand catch in the umpire's box. So Lewis fouls out ahead of that changeup out on his front foot. Fred, who doubled back in the fourth, now 1 out of 3 in the game. And Michael Snyder will step to the dish. Snyder 0 for 2 in the game. Yeah, Brian Evans tonight was phenomenal through 5 innings, 76 pitches thrown. Faced 17 batters, retired 15 of 17. The pitch to the right-handed hitting Snyder. And Michael looks over a fastball outside, 1-0. Nobody on base, 5-0 Barnstormers. Here in the home half of the 7th. Fireworks here after the 7th inning. Here's the set. Now the pitch. In for a strike over the outside corner. We will not bore you with commercial after commercial. We will just turn the mics down. And now actually we'll keep the mics up and let you watch on the YouTube side of things the fireworks show. 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike, a slider at the knees. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Michael Snyder, his mom, his dad, and his sister watching Michael during BP today. Straightaway stance right side as Lee looks for the 1-2-3 inning. The 1-2 pitch on the way. High and outside with a fastball, 2-2. 2 outs, nobody on, 5-0 Barnstormers, last of the 7th. If the inning were to continue, Bryant Nelson would hit next. Here's the set. The 2-2 on the way. Swung on, popped him up. Sky high on the infield, left side. Bell, the third baseman, coming to the cut of the grass, looking into the dark sky, makes a 2-hand grab. And just like that, the Blue Crabs are down in order once again, 1-2-3. And that's 6 innings tonight out of 7. The Blue Crabs have been set down 1-2-3. So that does it for the 7th inning. And at the end of 7 innings of play, it is Lancaster 5, Southern Maryland 0. We will stay right here. We've got the fireworks. The fireworks show here at Regency Furniture Stadium.
With the singing of God Bless America during tonight's Light Silver Southern Maryland Fireworks Extravaganza, presented by Waldorf, with select songs to be played in memory of Prince, who sadly passed away earlier today.
your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in the Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
This is Scott Main, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball.
Well, the players continue to wait for the smoke to clear here at the ballpark. A couple of guys have taken the field. Justin Berg loosening down the left field line in the bullpen. He may come in here for Jeff Erloff. Jeff went an inning allowing 2 hits. I think the umpires are calling the guys out here and telling them, let's get going. So these two teams facing off for the third time since 2008 on opening night. So here comes Justin Berg out of the bullpen. I think he's ready. I think players are ready, right? Yep, here we go. They're going to take the field. Justin Berg will be the new pitcher. We will step aside one more time, and we'll have the 8th inning for you after this. Blue Crabs up 5-0. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Hey, Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark June 14th for Hearing Professionals Silver Sluggers Night. On June 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish, join us for Coors Light Can Do Wednesday. $3 Coors Light beers from 5:30 to the middle of the 5th inning. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Justin Berg has taken the hill, finishes up his warm-up tosses, top of the 8th inning. And the Barnstormers are up 5-0 over the Blue Crabs. 2 in the second, 2 in the fourth, and 1 in the 6th.
Justin Berg.
Jeff Erlob went an inning, allowing 2 hits. Brian Grenning before that out of the bullpen. An inning in 2/3, allowing 2 hits as well. Daryl Thompson started tonight through 81 pitches. He is in line for the loss, 4 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. Top of the order, Witherspoon, Gindel, and Bell. Berg, the right-hander, off the first base edge. Here's the kick and the pitch. In for a strike to the right-handed hitting Travis Witherspoon. Fastball over the outer third. Travis struck out swinging in the first, singled in the third. Flew out to right in the 4th, walked in his plate appearance in the 6th. Outside target, 0-1. Swing and a miss. Witherspoon really late on that fastball right there on the outside edge. Now it's 0-2. 11 hits tonight for the Barnstormers. They have left 10 runners in scoring position. 5 of them, I should say, 10 runners left on. 5 of them in scoring position, but they've gotten timely hits. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Witherspoon swings right over a fastball.
Next up, Caleb Gindel.
Caleb Gindel will come to the plate. 4 strikeouts tonight for Southern Maryland pitching. Gindel with the double back in the 5th inning. He's 1 out of 3. The pitch swung on, foul tipped off the mask of Flores, deflected back to the padded backstop. 0-1. Looking over this lineup for Lancaster, a lot of dangerous hitters, especially in the middle of the order. Witherspoon, a guy with a lot of speed at the top. Gindel, a guy who's in the ball hard tonight. Then you have Bell, McDade, Jacobs, Arens, who's had a big night. An RBI double and a solo home run. Then, of course, Color can really hit at the bottom of the order. This is a dangerous lineup. 0-1, in for a strike, catching the outside corner. 1 out, 5-0 Barnstormers, top half of the 8th inning. And what has been a slowly moving ball game here tonight. Opening night here at Regency Furniture Stadium. From the belt, the 0-2 on the way. Inside and low, kicks right by Flores and rolls to the backstop. One ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Swing and a ball fisted foul. Backing out of play towards the third base side. Look out. The pitch, swung on, popped foul off third, twisting out of play. Josh Bell is on deck, 5-0, top of the 8th. Barnstormers have the lead. And a flat night offensively for Southern Maryland with, again, just 2 hits. Berg is the 4th pitcher of the evening for Southern Maryland. 1-2. Fastball darts high and outside. Berg in his 3rd season with the Blue Crabs. The 2-2. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Justin started his Atlantic League career here with Southern Maryland in 2014. Last year with the Blue Crabs, left for a brief period to pitch in Italy, but came back to Southern Maryland. He's in his 13th professional season. 1 out, the 2-2. Swung on, bounced over the mound towards the middle. Nelson to his right. Backhand pick behind second. Across his body to first. Low. And too late as Wilson picked it out on the back.
Next up,
But
Josh Bell.
Gindel able to leg it out for his 2nd hit of the game. 12 base knocks here tonight for Lancaster. 1 on, 1 out for Josh Bell. Bell, who has major league time, and this surprises me a little bit. He's 0 for 4 here tonight with all the offense from Lancaster. 12 hits. Bell, the number 3 hitter, is hitless. The pitch. In for a strike, a fastball as Berg dots the inside corner. Bell, the 3rd baseman, switch hitter, batting left. Tempe, Arizona. The 0-1. Swing and a ball beaten into the ground, foul at the plate. 0-2 is the count. Berg leaning at the waist. The lead over at first base by Gindel. 2 steps, not running. And the pitch is just a bit inside at the belt. A fastball. Missing just a tad. It's 1-2. Mike McDade is the on-deck hitter. Barnstormers opening tonight their 12th season of baseball. Here's the set, and now the pitch. A little bit high to Bell. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers 2-1-1 in spring training play. The pitch. Swinging a looper out to shallow left. Lewis sprinting in. Back from short goes Lombardozzi. And it's Lewis who makes a one-hand basket belt high catch as Lombardozzi just peeled out of the way in the nick of time. That was nearly a collision, something that reminded me of the collision last year between left fielder Kyle Hankard and the shortstop Casey Frawley, but Lewis and Lombardozzi, both former major leaguers, able to communicate late and make the play. 2 outs, 5-0 Barnstormers, top of the 8th, and now it's Mike McDade. McDade switch hitter batting left, the pitch. Upstairs with a fastball, and it's 1-0. McDade with a walk in his first plate appearance and a run scored in the second. A ground out in the third, foul out in the fifth, and another ground out in the 7th. Gindel with a 1-out single. He is still at first, taking his lead, held on by Wilson. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball. Good crisp velocity. 1 ball and 1 strike. The fastball right around 91 to 92 miles per hour for Justin Berg. Here's the set position. Now a 1-1. Swung on, dribbled foul right at the plate. And an off-balance swing from Mike McDade, who grimaces a little bit after that swing. Mike Jacobs is the on-deck hitter. Gary Brown deep in center. He's about 15 steps from the warning track. No wind to speak of here at the ballpark. Lights are on a gorgeous night here in Southern Maryland. Garcia well off the line at third. Lombardozzi shaded towards the middle at short. Now the 1-2. Inside, a fastball as McDade gets twisted around. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Berg sets, belt high. The pitch. Outside, full count. Now Gindel will have a head start. He's not even being held on by Zach Wilson over there. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And I think there was a miscommunication, or I should say some confusion with Zach Wilson over at first. I don't think he knew it was 2-2. I think he thought it was 3-2, but Gindel will have a head start with 2 outs. Runner breaks. The pitch is swung on and hit sharply on the ground to second. Down to his right knee to field is Nelson. Pops to the feet and throws to first, and the inning is over. No runs to hit, 1 man left. At the end of 7.5, it is Lancaster 5 and Southern Maryland nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about the upcoming promotions for June 10th through June 11th. On June 10th, when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks, enjoy Salute the Troops, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies. Bring your military ID and receive free admission into the ballpark. On June 11th, SAIC will be presenting Veterans Appreciation Night, including a hat giveaway for the first 1,000 fans and a firework extravaganza presented by SAIC after the conclusion of the 7th inning. On June 12th, the Blue Crabs continue to take on the Long Island Ducks for Little League Day, John Hanson Middle School Spirit Day, and a pregame autograph session, as well as kids playing free in Pinch's Playground and kids post-game run the bases.
Back here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 5-0 is our score. We are in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Barnstormers have the lead. Lancaster, good night offensively. 5 runs on 12 hits. 2 runs in the second. 2 runs again in the 4th. And then 1 run in the 6th. Another new pitcher on the hill. It's the left-hander Matt Reynolds. Reynolds is on relief for Mike Lee. For Lee, it was Andrelzik. Brian Evans started the game here tonight, and he went 5 innings, pitched really well, 2 hits allowed, striking out 4. He is in line for the win, 76 pitches thrown. Reynolds is the 4th pitcher of the evening. Bryant Nelson will start things here for Southern Maryland. Nelson, Walton, and Flores. Nelson 0 for 2 in the game, the pitch, and Bryant looks over a fastball upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Nelson turning around, batting right, the pitch. Swing and a foul off to the right. That's out of play. Blue Crabs with just 2 hits, both those hits coming back in the 4th. That was their real threat here tonight. But they left 2 runners in scoring position. 0-2-0 is the line for Southern Maryland. A forgettable night offensively for the Blue Crabs. The pitch. Swing and a pop foul off first as McDade gives it a look. It twists out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, Brian Evans, the big story tonight. Right-hander on the mound, came out throwing a lot of strikes. Good fastball, good off-speed stuff. Mostly featured the fastball. 1-2 swing and a foul straight back over the screen, and that's out of play. Bottom half of the 8th inning, 5-0. Barnstormers have the lead. Nelson, the second baseman, swings and bounces it to third. Collecting the hop is Bell. He steadies and fires a chest-high throw to McDade at first. Nelson 0 for 3.
Next up,
1 out here in the top of the 8th inning, or making the bottom of the 8th inning, excuse me, and it's Jamar Walton to hit. Jamar is 0 for 2 in the game. On the out-of-town scoreboard, Revolution defeat the New Britain Bees 4-3. The pitch to Walton. Jamar takes a called strike. So the Bees' first game does not exactly go the way they planned on it. 0-1. Inside at the knees. Top of the 6th inning, a slow-moving ball game in Sugar Land. 3-0 Skeeters lead over the Bluefish. Bottom of the 8th, 8-3 Patriots over the Ducks. Here's a swing and a fly ball lifted in the air. The medium depth left. Kraus started back, now jogs in, weaves to his right, and makes the catch.
Next up, number 17.
2 outs.
Angel
Nobody on. Here's
Flores.
Angel Flores. 5-0. Barnstormers have the lead. We're in the last of the 8th. Yeah, in that game, at TD Bank Ballpark, the Ducks were up 3-0. Patriots came storming back. I saw some of their signings this year, and their offense looks very good. Here's the pitch. That's high. Top of the 9th inning, by the way, on the out-of-town scoreboard on the Major League side of things. The Cubs a 13-0 lead over the Reds. Jake Arrieta has a no-hitter in that game. 1-0. Swinging a foul back and out of play over the screen. Bottom 8, Oakland a 6-3 lead over the Yankees. 2-2 game in Baltimore. Blue Jays, Orioles, top 8. Top 8, 4-0 Kansas City. In Kansas City over Detroit. Rangers 6-2 lead, bottom 6 over Texas. Next offering, a strike over the inside corner. Pirates 1-0 lead, top 3 over San Diego. 2 outs, bottom half of the 8th here, 5-0 Barnstormers. And the pitch is low and inside towards the back right foot of Flores. A slider missing that time from Matt Reynolds, the left-hander. 6'5", 240-pounder from St. Charles, Illinois. The 2-2 in the dirt. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes, and if Flores were to reach, Eric Garcia would be the next scheduled hitter. Well, after the fireworks here tonight, some fans have left. A lot of fans, though, have stayed. payoff pitch. Swung on, bounced weakly foul, third base side. Big question with the Blue Crabs coming into the year, I think, was the offense. What was the lineup going to look like for Jeremy Owens? The pitching staff, again, 7 pitchers that have major league experience on the staff. That really wasn't going to be the question. 3-2. Swinging a pop foul. Lifted in the air, right side out of play. The real question was the offense, because some guys from last year did not come back. And you wondered how it was going to shape out. Now, the signings of Brown and Lombardozzi, that was huge. Fred Lewis coming back. Big signing as well. 3-2 swing and a fly ball lifted in the air to deep left center field. Kraus racing back into the alleyway. He's at the wall, and it's gone. A solo home run for Angel Flores. The third hit of the night for the Blue Crabs. And Southern Maryland on the board. It's 5-1.
Angel Flores!
Flores giving that one a ride to left center field. The wind blowing out right now that direction. And Angel Flores clapping the hands of his teammates on the third base side, putting the Blue Crabs on the board. It's 5-1. Here's Eric Garcia with 2 outs and nobody on. Maybe I spoke too soon. The pitch. And Garcia takes a strike over the inside corner. But I do think that the Blue Crabs have some things to figure out offensively. Game 1, of course, but the pitch. Swinging a foul out of play, left side. At times tonight they hit the ball hard. Other times, though, there were some at-bats that weren't very good. 2 outs, 5-1, Barnstormers, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Garcia on a slider. And that does it for Southern Maryland. 5 strikeouts tonight for Lancaster pitching. But with that said, Angel Flores putting the Blue Crabs on the board. A solo home run over the wall in left center field. We move on to the top of the 9th. Barnstormers 5, Blue Crabs 1 on the Legal ID Shield. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 26th, your Blue Crabs will take on the York Revolution for Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day, a post-game movie, pre-game autograph session, and kids play free in Pinch's Playground, and post-game kids run the bases. On June 27th, we take on the Sugarland Skiers for Bark in the Park, presented by Perfect Cut Resort, as well as dance competition night and dollar hot dog night. And on June 28th, it's Hearing Professional Silver Slugger Night number 5, as well as the Pitch on the Books Drive for Thankful Tuesdays and Free Popcorn Tuesdays presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
Top half of the 9th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Barnstormers with a 5-1 lead. 5 runs on 12 hits. For the Blue Crabs, 1 run on 3 hits. Neither team has committed an error. Mike Jacobs will start things, 5-6-7. Jacobs, Arends, Cutler. Left-handed batting, Mike Jacobs. Second inning of work for Berg. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, called strike 1. Jacobs with an RBI double, a run scored in the 2nd, a walk in the 5th, and a single in the 7th. Here's the set. Now the pitch. In tight. One ball and 1 strike. The pitch. In for a called strike. Over the outside corner. Nelson, the second baseman, has shifted over to the left side against Jacobs. Garcia, the third baseman, is now at the second base position. The next offering just missed off the inside corner. It's an interesting shift. Lombardozzi, the shortstop, is almost directly behind the second base bag. Outfielders play Jacobs to pull. The 2-2. Swung on, a foul tip into the middle of Flores. So down goes Jacobs.
Next up,
And with one out, here is Kevin Orenz. And it appears, though, maybe I wasn't right about the shift. Actually, I think Bryant Nelson and Garcia just switched positions. So Garcia is now playing second, and Nelson is now at third. Here's Orenz. The pitch home. Wave and a miss. Orenz with a good night at the plate. He's been on base 3 times. An RBI double in the second. Solo homer to left center in the fourth. A walk in the seventh. The 0-1. In for a strike over the outside corner. No other defensive changes. Well, it really wasn't defensive change per se. I guess they kind of just switched positions, Nelson and Garcia did. I thought it was a shift. Anyway, here's an 0-2. High outside, a fastball, 1-2. On deck is Charlie Cutler. Barnstormers tonight, 2 runs in the second, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth. Big night for Orenz. Jacobs, 1-2. A swing and a miss. Good work by Justin Berg. Back-to-back strikeouts. And that's 6 strikeouts for Southern Maryland pitching here tonight. 3 for Berg. And with 2 outs and nobody on, here's Charlie Cutler to try to keep the inning alive. Left-handed batting Cutler. Berg sets, belt high. Here's the pitch. Inside, off the plate, 1-0. Top of the order for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Brown, Lombardozzi, and Wilson. Darrell Thompson started tonight for the Blue Crabs, 4 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. 81 pitches thrown. The 1-0. Swinging a line drive over the head of the third baseman, Nelson, as it rolls into left field for a base hit. 13 hits now for Lancaster tonight. Cutler now 1 for 5 in the game. Here's Michael Kraus. 3 for 4, 2 runs scored, 3 singles. Kraus, a right-handed batter, against Justin Berg, his second inning of work. Earl and Grenning before Berg out of the bullpen. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Fastball darts inside at the thighs as Kraus jumps out of the way. His momentum taking him out of the right-handed batter's box. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 outs. Lead over at first base by Cutler. Held on by Wilson as Berg steps off the backside of the rubber. Wipes off the cleats. Climbs back on first base edge, bending slightly at the waist. Black glove tucked on the left thigh, ball behind the back. Now he sets. The 1-0. A little bit high. And it's 2-0. Flores tried to frame it. Blue Crabs, their only run here tonight, by the way, in the bottom of the 8th inning. And that came on Angel Flores' solo home run to left center field. Here's the set. Now a 2-0. Swinging a bouncer to short. Lombardozzi a step to his left. Collects and flips underhand to second. Garcia covering for the force. Last chance coming up for the Blue Crabs. Moving on to the bottom half of the 9th inning. 5-1 Barnstormers with the lead on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone. No matter how much money you have, Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BoweirMJ.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Last chance for the Blue Crabs coming up here in the bottom half of inning number 9. Barnstormers up 5-1 here in the ball game. 5 runs on 13 hits. Blue Crabs with just 3 hits here in the game. Top of the order coming to the plates for Southern Maryland. They've got a lot of work to do. It'll be Gary Brown, Steve Lombardozzi, and Zach Wilson. Mark Lamb, the right-hander, is the new pitcher. He is on relief for Matt Reynolds. Brian Evans started tonight. Evans 5 innings, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, 76 pitches thrown. Retired 15 of 17 batters he faced here tonight. That's the big story of this one. Barnstormers, a couple of runs in the second, a couple more in the fourth, 1 in the sixth. A big night offensively from Kevin Orenz. 2 RBIs, 2 extra base hits, and a walk. Kraus with 2 runs scored. Coburnis with an RBI. Jacobs with an RBI double as well. Gary Brown is 0 for 3 here tonight. And of course, a reminder coming up, we will have our post-game wrap-up show for you. And we are back on the air tomorrow evening, 6:45 pregame. We'll speak once again with manager Jeremy Owens. 7:05 first pitch, game 2 of this 4-game series. A doubleheader on Saturday, 6:05 first pitch. And the second game, 30 minutes following the first. Both games, by the way, will be 7 innings long. Gary Brown, right-handed batter. Defense staying the same. Kraus, Witherspoon, Gindel, left to right in the outfield. Bell and Orenz, left side of the infield. Coburnis, McDade, right side. Cutler behind the plate, and Lamb pours in a fastball, low and outside for ball 1. Mark Lamb, the right-hander, 6'4", 210 pounds, from Nashville, Tennessee. The 1-0. Swinging a line drive, poked into right field. That's down for a base hit. Hit number 4 for Southern Maryland as Gindel plays it cleanly.
Next up, number 8.
Leadoff man on for Steve Lombardozzi. Lombardozzi, switch hitter, batting left. Here's the set. Now the pitch. In for a strike at the belt. Blue Crabs with 2 hits in the 4th inning. Lombardozzi, one of those hits. He's 1 out of 3. He was stranded at third, though. 2 runners left in scoring position. That's been the only threat tonight for Southern Maryland, who again has just 4 hits. Here's the pitch. A little bit low. So game 2 of the series tomorrow. It'll be right-handed pitcher Austin Bibbins Dirks for Lancaster, throwing against the left-hander Brian Burris. Quick toss over to first, a little bit wide. McDade rather, able to pick it as Brown back in with a head-first dive. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Swinging a foul off to the left and out of play. Lombardozzi, the shortstop. Late signing by Southern Maryland. Trying to give this lineup a boost. Zach Wilson on deck. The outfielder shade towards left center. Now the set. And Lamb steps off the backside of the rubber, whips his head around towards first. Looking Brown back to the bag. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a ground ball, pushed fair inside the bag at third, past the diving Bell, down the left field line. Big turnaround second by Brown. Puts on the brakes and races, sliding back into second, feet first. It's a single for Lombardozzi. Back-to-back hits, and Zach Wilson will come to the plate. Five hits for Southern Maryland, and Lamb in a little bit of a jam here. Blue Crabs down 5-1. Quick word, Charlie Cutler and Mark Lamb talking things over. Zach Wilson will come to the plate. He's 0 for 3 here tonight. Crowd has thinned out just a little bit. Some have stayed. Blue Crabs trying to rally down 5-1 here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Wilson digs in back of the right-handed batter's box. Crowd with some life. One of the only times here tonight. Lewis on deck. Here's the pitch. In for a strike. Right there at the knees, a fastball. If Wilson were to reach, Lewis would be the tying run. McDade behind the runner, Lombardozzi at first. Around the lead off second. And 0-1. Change up. This is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year, 7 walk-offs for Southern Maryland. May not be as significant, that number anyway, as you think. Blue Crabs down 5-1, but the heart of the order coming up. The pitch, high and outside. By the way, on the out-of-town scoreboard, Jake Arrieta has no-hit the Reds, a 16-0 victory for the Cubs. And that's the second no-hitter in 8 months. Wow. Here's the set. Now the 2-1. Swung on, lifted in the air to shallow right towards the line. Gindel sprinting over. He slides feet first, and he makes a one-hand backhand grab on the warning track in fair territory as Brown tags from second to third. He's in there without a play. And that's a nice job by Gindel, the right fielder, making the grab, sliding feet first. Runners at the corners with one out. Here comes Fred Lewis walking slowly and confidently to the plate. Lewis with a double back in the 4th. He is 1 out of 3. 1 out, 5-1, bottom 9. Barnstormers have the lead. Game 1 of 140. It all counts for everybody in the Atlantic League today. Lewis slightly open stance, left side, knees bent. Here's the pitch. Taken low, a fastball. And it's 1-0. Tying run if Lewis were to reach is on deck. That's Michael Snyder. Here's the set. Now a 1-0. In for a strike, a slider catching the outside edge. Crowd thought it was low, so did Fred Lewis. Lewis just shakes his head as he climbs back in on the left side. 2 hits in the inning, Brown at second, Lombardozzi at first. Or I should say Brown at third, Lombardozzi at first with 1 out. The pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. Good cut by Lewis. A little bit upset with himself after he missed that pitch, fouling it straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Both Brown and Lombardozzi singling. Wilson with a fly out to right on a fine play by Caleb Gindel. Here's the set. Now a 1-2. In the dirt, down and in, a backhand pick by Cutler. Witherspoon shaded over towards left center field. Same with the right fielder, Gindel, who is in the right center field gap. Deep in left is Kraus. The 2-2. Swing and a ball pushed foul off to the left and out of play as fans scatter about. Michael Snyder is on deck. Lamb steps off the backside of the rubber. Here's the set, the 2-2. Swung on, fouled back into the net. Good cut by Lewis. He really had a pitch to hit. And he was right on it, fouling it straight back. Two balls and two strikes. Brown is leading foul territory at third. And over at first, Lombardozzi with the lead. The 2-2. Swung on, bounced right back to Lamb. He gloves, fires to second one. The turn by Arens on to first is late. Lewis legs it out. Scoring from third is Brown. And it's 5-2. Lombardozzi erased off the base paths. Bottom nine, 5-2, 2 outs. Blue Crabs down to their final out. Here comes Michael Snyder. Snyder is 0 for 3. Right-handed batter, Lamb sets. Now the pitch. In there for a strike with a slider catching the outside corner. Last year, Lamb opening the season with AA Mississippi in the Braves organization. He joined the Barnstormers on August 11th. Here's the set. Now the 0-1. Low and away in the dirt. A smothering block by Cutler. Lewis not going anywhere. Right now, he doesn't really mean anything. Blue Crabs down 5-2. He's being held on, though, by Mike McDade. Bryant Nelson, the veteran, on deck. Lewis, a 2.5-step lead off of first. Lamb sets with the black glove. Now the pitch. Swung on, bounced to third. Backing up on it, Bell. Collects the hop, shuffles the feet, zips it across the diamond to first in time. And the ball game is over. The Barnstormers have defeated the Blue Crabs here tonight in Game 1 of this 4-game series by the final of 5-2. And the Barnstormers spoiling opening night here at Regency Furniture Stadium. So the winning pitcher here tonight, Brian Evans. 5 innings, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts. The loser, Darrell Thompson, 4 2/3. 81 pitches thrown. Barnstormers 5 runs on 13 hits. Blue Crabs 2 runs on 5 hits. Back with the totals and the wrap-up on the post-game wrap-up show after this on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588. Since 2013, over 1 billion records have been compromised right here in our great nation. ID Shield's comprehensive identity protection service monitors for all signs of criminal activity and gives you all the resources you need to keep your identity secure from fraud. For just $9.95 per month, ID Shield provides unlimited consultation, complete monitoring, and a $5 million service guarantee. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bower at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowerMJ.
This is Scott Snodgrass, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Blue Crabs fall tonight by the final of 5-2. Welcome back inside Regency Furniture Stadium. This is the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs postgame wrap-up show. I'm Jim Taraboka. Thanks for joining us here this evening. Once again, our final score, the Barnstormers 5, the Blue Crabs 2. For the Barnstormers, 5 runs on 13 hits, 12 runners left on base, 5 of them in scoring position. Blue Crabs, 2 runs, 5 hits, 3 of them left on base, 2 of them in scoring position. 2 hours, 59 minutes minus the fireworks at the time of the game. 5,624 fans were here tonight. And Brian Evans did not disappoint, the right-hander for Lancaster. 5 innings, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, picking up the win in 76 pitches thrown. Pete Andrelzik, Mike Lee, Matt Reynolds, Mark Lamb all out of the bullpen tonight for Lancaster. On the other side for Southern Maryland, Darrell Thompson took the loss, 4 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeouts. 81 pitches thrown. Brian Grenning, Jeff Erlab, Justin Berg out of the bullpen. Grenning an inning and 2/3, Erlab an inning, and Justin Berg 2 innings. For the Barnstormers, 2 runs scored in the second, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth. The Blue Crabs, with their runs, as they were very sparingly tonight, scored. Solo home run by Flores in the 8th, and then 1 more run tacked on in the 9th inning. Over on the other side, looking at Lancaster, in the 2nd inning, Mike McDade led off with a walk, later scored on the Jacobs RBI double, and he switched places with Kevin Arenz, who doubled in Jacobs. That made it 2-0. 2 more runs scored in the 4th, a solo home run by Arenz. And then Kraus with a single. He stole a base and scored a run on Jeff Coburnis' RBI single. And then in the 6th inning, 1 more run added to the scoreboard. A 4-0 lead. Then Michael Kraus scoring a run in that inning as well. So a good night offensively for the Barnstormers, who again banged out 13 hits here tonight. 12 runners left on base, but it really doesn't matter because they came up with timely hitting. Mike McDade with a walk, and then, of course, Mike Jacobs on base 3 times, an RBI double and a run scored, a walk and a single. Arenz with an RBI double and a solo home run. And 3 hits tonight, 3 for 5 for Michael Kraus. Caleb Gindel with a good night as well. He went 2 for 5 with a double and a single. And for the Blue Crabs, their offense was very little here tonight. Fred Lewis with a double, Lombardozzi a single, 2 singles. He was 2 for 4. Gary Brown with a single and a run scored. He singled in the 9th, and Flores with the only extra base hit, I should say the second extra base hit of the night, a solo home run over the wall in left center field in the 8th inning. Fans ID Shield provides security monitoring and complete restoration of your valuable information, protecting what is valuable to you. They monitor your credit, social security number, and also track your credit score. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ. That's LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ, or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bulware at 571-337-3588. That's 571-337-3588. 888. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we will wrap things up right here on the Blue Crabs post-game wrap-up show. Barnstormers defeat the Blue Crabs tonight by the final of 5-3. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from social security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Back here on the Blue Crabs post-game wrap-up show, the Lancaster Barnstormers defeating the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs by the final of 5-2 here tonight. Blue Crabs fall to 0-1. Barnstormers 1-0 on the season. So, be sure to join us tomorrow. Time of the game, 7:05. The pregame will be at 6:45. We'll talk with manager Jeremy Owens and get you set for first pitch. The Blue Crabs on deck show. Tomorrow's starting pitchers, right-handed pitcher Austin Bibbins Dirks going for Lancaster, and left-handed pitcher, the veteran Brian Burris, will throw for Southern Maryland. It's been a presentation of the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. For more information, log on to allinbroadcasting.com, somdbluecrabs.com for audio highlights and post-game interviews, and youtube.com Southern Maryland Blue Crabs page for full game broadcast, post-game interviews, video highlights, and much more. This is Jim Tarabokia. Good night from Regency Furniture Stadium. Join us tomorrow, 6:45, 7:05 first pitch. You've been listening to Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID Shield.